Yeah. Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, peacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Yeah. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. 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 Yeah. Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, peacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Yeah. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. 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 Yeah. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, sparks flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy.
Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome in as we get ready to rock and roll here from the track that is too tough to tame, Darlington Raceway, for a night that will be filled with non-stop action here as these drivers are hoping and looking not to earn their Darlington stripes here this evening, but for certain they will more than likely earn their Darlington stripes here this evening. We have a full-length NASCAR race here for you this afternoon, which is going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be a heck of a show here this evening. 367 laps of racing action here this evening for the Wheel-to-Wheel Racing League as our first playoff race of the season gets kicked underway here. That's going to make things very, very fun here this afternoon as things are going to get tight. Things are going to get interesting as our chase does get underway. And for a lot of these drivers, they're going to be hoping that they can put themselves into a good position after race number 1 here of our chase to put themselves into a solid position as Joseph Smith comes in as our points leader. He does have a 25-point gap between himself and the number, get this right here, the 39 ride, I do believe, of Mr. Jordan Fisher. So Fisher, unfortunately, quite a bit back behind him. He's going to have to try to make up some ground. And I believe, again, here this afternoon, no Fisher out there on the speedway. I don't see him in the list of drivers loading in. So I'm not sure where Fisher's been last few weeks. Fisher has missed quite a few of these races, and looks like our first playoff race he is also going to miss. So that's going to put him definitely back behind the 8-ball. Matthew Wood comes into this sitting in third in the point standings. He's 35 points back of Smith here for the points lead. And then they kind of break down to 5-point deficits between all the other drivers. So it goes 40 points back is Applegate, then 45 for Ruggle, Bruggy, Browder, Jack Bulty, Evan Stewart, Colby Wells, Landon Burbage, who's 10th in the point standings right now, heading into our first chase race, currently finds himself starting this race about 70 points back here of our point leader. And then you do see Austin Thompson, Ryan Haller, Aiden Lucas, Stephen Blevins, Wyatt Mickelson, and Jason Bogart, the last driver to make it in to our chase here this evening. Unfortunately, he starts way back there and unfortunately is sitting 100 points back of our point leader. But there is a lot of laps, a lot of time to shine here this evening, and a lot of opportunities for drivers to make back some of those points and put themselves into a good, solid position. And starting on the pole, the number 16 machine, it's Matthew Wood who will start out in front here this evening. Jack Bulty will start there to his outside. Grant Applegate, Jaden Browder are top 4, so Browder in 4th, and then we do see Aiden Lucas in 5th. Landon Burbage scored in 6th. Colby Wells, Joseph Smith, Ryan Haller's back in 9th with Trevor Dyer there in the 10th position. Then we do see that's Evan Stewart, Austin Thompson, Trent Johns, Nicholas Wheeler, and Stephen Blevins back in 15th. Logan Perriman, Thaddeus Friel Jr. in 17th. Michael Boyles, Caleb Holloman, Jason Bogart surrounding out our top 20 with Michael Ponder Jr., Zach Later, Lucian Thompson, Jaden Porter, and Nick Jensen. Unfortunately, it looks like Jaden Porter and Nick Jensen both missing the start here of this feature event as we are quickly green flag racing here this evening. Unfortunately, they did not get loaded in time, and they will have to start down pit road. And unfortunately, it looks like for both drivers will at least start a lap down here in this race as both Porter and Jensen have not jumped out onto the racetrack here yet this evening. But out in front, it's Matthew Wood as we see our first caution flag of the day fly here in lap number 2, where we've completed a lap. Woods out in front. He's got Applegate back behind him. Lucas in the Miller Light number 34 ride has worked his way up and into 3rd early on in this run. But that caution flag early on definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting here. And I believe it may have been one of our playoff drivers getting tangled right here. So the Manchester 23 machine, that is the 23 ride of Austin Thompson. Now, I believe Thompson is another one of our playoff drivers. He is. So two of our playoff drivers here. Thompson down low, kind of, I don't know, just kind of pushes up the track right there. Maybe gets a little bit of the apron and pushes up the same time as the 17. Kind of bounces off the fence right there. So unfortunate contact, and sideways goes that 17 machine. The Flex Seal riding quickly. iRacing throws that caution flag out. So the yellow flag has flown early on here this evening. And unfortunately, that kind of sticks a few of these drivers back there a little deeper in the field as we get them all ready to rock and roll, ready to get back after it here in this one. As Greg Dyer in the chat says, let's go, Trevor. Roll Tide, he says. Roll Tide. Is Anna. How are you, Anna? Anna coming at you on the love says, hello, everyone. Hello, Anna. Wing It Productions in the chat says, go get 'em, Woody. Easy win, he says. Easy win. I'd like to say it's an easy win, but this is a long race. A long race, a lot of laps, a very, very difficult racetrack. One mistake, one moment of, just not really paying attention, you could put yourself into a really, really bad position right out of the get-go in this one. So you gotta make sure you do not make a major mistake. You gotta make sure that you just keep your focus locked in all night long, and that's going to be the big battle for, I think, a lot of these drivers, especially early on. We could see quite a few early caution flags, being such a tough racetrack. It's still got some sunlight out there, so the track still has a bit of heat, so it's a little bit slippery. It's definitely making that, tire traction kind of fade a little bit. And as we see these runs, continue on, we could potentially see more and more issues for drivers as these runs progress. We start to see 40, 50, 80 laps of green flag racing on their tires. Could definitely start to see more drivers just running into issues. Now that could bring in some really interesting fuel mileage and pitch strategy here this afternoon, and we could see, unfortunately, quite a few drivers not finish this race here this evening, as there is a lot of laps. Not only do you have to keep yourself focused, not only do you have to make sure that you are on point non-stop out there on the racetrack, you also have to make sure your equipment stays perfect here as well. You got to take care of your race car, but your PC is going to take care of you. We could see numerous drivers run into PC issues here, especially in these longer races. We tend to see a couple every single one of these full-length Cup races, and this could be another one here this evening. So we'll have to see if everyone's able to be good here this afternoon. As here we go, big restart for Wood. Gets a good launch, but right there with them, that 57 of Applegate. Man, that was a good launch for Applegate right there. Try to stay door-to-door with that 16. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick there through 1 and 2, and that allows that 34 of Aiden Lucas to kind of peek his nose underneath of him. Lucas, unfortunately, could not get the run he was hoping for down the back straightaway. Will settle back into third. As we see Jaden Browder now into that fourth position. Landon Burbage has navigated his way up and into fifth. And now here comes Joseph Smith, our points leader, coming into this race in the Caterpillar number 31 ride. He works his way up and into that sixth position. Jack Buelty early on here, falling backwards, already down 5 positions. Started in second, now finds himself back in 7th, and unfortunately for that 27 ride, just trying to hang on to it early on here, but this could all be by design. Could be trying to save a little bit of time, a little bit of tire, maybe just trying to keep himself out of trouble early on and try to avoid any chaos or carnage out there on the racetrack, as we do see another yellow flag fly, and it looks like this time it is the Manchester 23 machine who's going to run into some issues, and it looks like pretty solid damage here on this 23 as well. That right side definitely tore up. Right front damage. Looks like a little bit of right rear damage there as well. Let's take a look back and see what happens. Just in front of the 0 ride here this afternoon, which I do believe is Zach Clater. So for Austin Thompson, Just looks gets up into the fence right here. I don't know if he already had some of that right front damage from prior to this. I don't know if he gotten into the fence coming out of corner number 2. Yeah, there's some contact there as well. So out of 2, bounces off the fence. Pretty solid lick right there. Sends it back down the going back straightaway into corner number 3, and the car just does not turn. Up into the fence there, into the fence again, and eventually rear end just goes around, and the Manchester tank number 23 goes for that loop-de-loop and comes to rest there on the racetrack, and that's where we see the second caution flag of this race fly here this evening. So another yellow flag, and already some issues here for the 23 machine. He's going to have to try to hit pit road, try to get this Black Honey Barbershop number 23 ride fixed up, repaired, and back into some great, positions here later in this race. Early on, definitely has had his hands full, and we'll now see him hit pit lane. As you see the beautiful number 8 ride out there with Trent Johns. Heartbreaker for Johns last week. I believe came up just a couple points shy of trying to work his way into these playoffs. He was just a couple points away from being able to leapfrog Jason Bogart for that final playoff position here this year. As Anna says, let's go Landon. Monster Energy Peacemaker, Monster Energy. I'm getting one into me. I'm getting one into me right now, Anna. Don't you worry about that. As Sure says, hello kids. I'm missing Wyatt Mickelson tonight after a lot of planning. He got married this weekend. Oh, wow. Congrats there to Wyatt. It says, congrats to Wyatt and the new Mrs. Mickelson. Yes, absolutely. Huge shout out there to Wyatt and his new bride, man. That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing, man. I mean, hey, Landon soon as well. A lot of these guys, I mean, grow up so quick, chat. They grow up so quick. We're watching some of these boys become men out there on the racetrack. We absolutely love to see it. As Fisher in the chat says, best of luck to all the wheel-to-wheel drivers this playoffs. Fisher, are you not racing anymore? Are you not battling here for the playoffs? That's awful. As Zay in the chat says, unfortunately not here again, but Nick is going to do great like always. Oh, yes, sir. I mean, hopefully that can play out well for him as we take a look here at Mr. Wheeler out there on the racetrack in that number 5 ride. Hoping to have a good run, good solid drive there for Zay here this evening. As love Wyatt and so happy for him. Yeah, that's awesome news. Awesome news that he got hitched, man. That's great news right there. Huge congrats to Mr. Mickelson and his new bride, and we can't wait. I mean, hey, you know what? Missing a playoff race here in the Wheel-to-Wheel Racing League. That's a good excuse of one right there. Getting married. Maybe even missing a second week for a honeymoon or something, man. That's totally understandable. But here we go. Back to battle as Wood sees that green flag fly. This time, great launch, great jump there for that 16 machine. Quickly clears the 57 of Applegate. Applegate now just trying to hang on to second as they're going to be door to door at corner number 2. This could get a little bit sketchy, and there it is. Check up, look out. Oh, they're into the fence. Landon Burbage, Jaden Browder, Aiden Lucas, all getting a piece of one another in hard contact down into the infield wall right there. Big hit for him. Let's play that back as we knew that this was going to be trouble off the restart. I mean, Lucas getting position, getting that inside on the 57. Applegate looked like Applegate tried to roll out of it and unfortunately just not clear of one another. And unfortunately, they both kind of wash up the track. The 57's trying to keep himself into the fence. The 34 ride's not trying to drive him up there. They both have to roll out of it. And unfortunately, Browner runs into the 34. Burbage drives into Browder, and then they all just push and wash down the racetrack. And I mean, pretty solid hit there for Burbage. Big hit there for the 34 ride of Lucas as well. And unfortunately for 3 of our playoff drivers, not the run and not the restart they were hoping for. They wanted to keep themselves out of that carnage and try to put themselves into a good position. But now all of a sudden they have fallen back, and that moves Joseph Smith up and into position number 2. Smith was right there to take advantage of it and slides his way up and into position number 2. Applegate falls back to third. Trevor Dyer now inside our top 5 as he rolls there in that 4th position as the roll tide. VAN number 64 right rolls there in that 4th position. Kobe Wells now inside our top 5 as he jumps into the 5th spot, but we do see some more issues here, and the caution flag will fly again, as this time it's Nicholas Wheeler. Oh no! Zay, if you're watching, brother, you may want to look away. You may have jinxed him. You may have jinxed him, man. Wheeler running into issues. We'll take a look back at it, see what happened here. Do this National Guard number 5 ride. That is the 99 of Logan Perriman down to his inside and down out of corner number 2. Oh, he just pushes up the track. Dang near what we saw out of the 23 and what we almost saw out of the 57 and 34. Unfortunately, right here, gonna push up into the fence. Big contact there for him. The Eris Ryan nowhere to go. Blevins nowhere to go. You take a look at the VAN machine getting a little bit of front end contact with it as well, but it shoots that 5 right down the racetrack. Hard hit into that infield safer barrier, and unfortunately here for Zay's driver, this is not what you want to see. Out there on the speedways, down the Boeing back straightaway, the National Guard ride absolutely tore up. Let's see if we can get another look at it here. Let's jump on board with Wheeler as he rolls down through corner 1 and 2. And out of 2, that's where the chaos happens. Pushed up the track, man, and it happens that quickly. Nothing he could really do. You could see him get out of the throttle. He knew that maybe coming in a little too hot. And right about there, starts to roll out of it. See him trying to turn the wheel to the left. It just will not turn, unfortunately, up and into the fence. 99 nowhere to go, gets a piece of them, and then everyone else kind of gets stacked up into it. And unfortunately, some pretty big hits there for Wheelers. He's got his ride down pit road trying to get it repaired. So isn't Aiden Lucas. Jaden Browder, Landon Burbage is also down pit road trying to get his car repaired. You do see Michael Potter Jr., he's rolling back out. Austin Thompson's down pit side. He's getting repairs under the 23. Thaddeus Friel, Stephen Blevins, all these drivers looking to get early repairs to their race cars. We're only about to complete lap 17 here. We still got 350 laps of racing action left to go here in this one, chat. 350 more laps of duking it out here this evening. And if you guys are just tuning in and you haven't already, make sure you guys do us a favor right now. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up on the broadcast for us. Hit the thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, become part of the Peacemaker family here today. As we'll get them ready to rock and roll. Zay says, no words. Fisher also says, first weekend of September, Sunday, I'll be gone for a family / little surprise and just trying to get back into loving racing again. These guys will put on a great show like always. Wheel to wheel family. Yes sir. I mean, hey brother, hopefully you find it. Hopefully you find that extra gear and get back in here and get back to kicking butt here in the Wheel to Wheel Racing League. But man, take your time. What in the world? We just see another crash under caution. What in the heck just happened here? That's Michael Potter Jr. I think he's gotten more damage to this race car. Yeah, he's gone around. What in the world? So he's trying to catch up to the rear of the field here. And you just kind of lose the rear end there at a 2. Under caution, ends up into the outside fence. It was a pretty solid hit right there for that 13 machine. And under yellow, you do not expect to have an issue like that. And unfortunately for the 13 ride, that's going to set him back a lot more as he takes it down pit road. You do see Landon Burbage back down pit side here as well. Unfortunately for Landon, he has went a lap down. And for the 5 ride of Nicholas Wheeler, now a couple laps down as well. So we'll see if he can get back out there and get back into the battle here this evening. As Fisher says, awesome to see Trevor and Thaddeus do amazing. I'll be running with Trevor in GLR soon. Let's go to GLR, baby. Let's get after it. As Thaddeus breaks his Thaddeus, just shake that one off. You have plenty of time. Yeah, luckily enough, I mean, plenty of time. Plenty of plenty of action here. I mean, honestly, I don't think you really got much damage out of it. I don't think you had to worry too much about that front end contact. I mean, still came down pit road, made some changes, made sure that the car was good. So that's always a smart thing to do, knowing that we have a lot of laps left. We have a lot of racing here this evening. Trying to stay up on any of that damage. Make sure you keep that car 100% out there on the racetrack and not making any major mistakes to put yourself behind the 8-ball or out of position here this evening. And I think that's exactly what he is hoping to do, and hoping that he can keep himself out of trouble here this evening, as Wood out in front leads the charge here. Wood leads the way. We do see Burbage back out there. Still a little bit of damage on this number 2 ride, but we do see Michael Ponder Jr. and Nicholas Wheeler, unfortunately, both still down pit side here. And for Nicholas Wheeler, he just went 4 laps down. That's going to be real tough to try to get back here later in this race. He's going to have to try to figure something out here, try to get back out there, get rolling again, and hope to try to salvage at least a few more points for Zay this afternoon. You come in as a substitute driver, you gotta hope that you can at least go out there, get a good solid, at least top 15 run. And for Wheeler right now, scored back in 23rd, virtually at the rear of the field of the drivers that started this race. Not the run you want to have. So for Wheeler, we'll see if he jumps back into it, if he gets back out there onto the speedway right now. Him and Ponder both sit down pit road trying to get their cars repaired here this evening. As Matthew Wood, though, continues to lead the way, it's Applegate right there in second. And early on here, Applegate looking pretty strong, but Wood being out in front here for majority of this first run, hoping to try to keep him back there behind him. But we have a lot of racing left to go, and we still have a lot of laps even just here in stage number 1. Our first stage of the day will be completed at the end of lap 115 here this evening. So lap 115, stage number 1 will come to a close. Lap number 230, we will see the end of stage number 2, which should leave us about 137 laps, I believe, until the checkered flag, so that should break things up pretty nicely. 115, and then about 137 laps for that final run. So not much longer than our stages, but a slight bit longer than both our first 2 stages of the day. And for right now, Matthew Wood dominating stage number 1. Applegate, though, in second, looking to try to get after this beautiful number 16 ride, the Outlier Speedco machine out in front. You do see Smith, who's fallen back into third. Trevor Dyer's there in fourth, and his VAN Alabama Roll Tide ride there in that 4th position. Jack Bulte's back up inside our top 5 as he's gained a couple more spots back into 5th here, as Michael Boyles there in 6th. Actually, it's been a little while since we've seen Michael out there on the racetrack. Great to see Michael jump into it and get into the battle here this evening. I feel like it's been quite a time since we've seen Michael Boyles in a race. When was the last time? You ran 13 races so far here this year. I believe that's what it is. Now, the stage points. Starts is what I'm looking at here. Okay, starts. How many starts does Boyles have? I don't even know where the heck he just was on this list. Where the heck is he? Boyles. Yeah, 6 starts? That's all he's seen out of Boyles? I could have swore it was more than that, but yeah, only 6 starts for Michael Boyles here on this season. Now, he does have a win, so that is a, at least a little chip there on his shoulder that he's at least came here. He's only ran 6 races, but he does have 1 checkered flag, so that's pretty awesome for him. I mean, he's one of, I believe, 2 other drivers in our playoffs. No, he's one of 2 in the playoffs that have a win and didn't make the playoffs here this year. Terrence Murphy and Boyles both did not make it into our chase. Both have had wins here on the year. Unfortunately, not the season that either of them were really hoping to have here. Obviously, getting wins is nice, but trying to make it into the chase and put yourself into the battle is always the prime position, as we do see the 5 right of Wheeler back out there onto the speedway. So Wheeler gets rolling here once again as we do see Austin Thompson run into more issues. Oh no. Another one of our playoff drivers running into some more problems here, and it looks like this one kind of back into, I think this is corner 1. Back into corner number 1 right there, kind of loses the nose, pushes up into the fence, loses the rear end, then he's down on the apron. And this thing finally just kicks around on him. That's where you exit pit road right there. Luckily enough, he was able to get it put it back in the right direction, get rolling again here. That was some good break there for him, but unfortunately did shove him quite a bit farther back, and now I believe he's ran into another issue here. No, this is the same issue for the 23. Yeah, I believe this is the same issue right here. Yeah, gets into the fence, just loses that rear end, and down the racetrack he goes, the Manchester tank ride. Definitely not the run that he was hoping for right there. And now as we go back to the live screen, I believe he has lost connection to the server. He has jumped out of it. Yeah, Austin Thompson is manually disconnected. So it looks like Austin Thompson may be done here this afternoon. He may be done and out of this race only after about 27 laps of racing action. But we do see the caution flag fly. Oh no, it's another one of our playoff drivers. The last driver in. The 17 ride of Jason Bogart is going to run into another problem here. Let's take a look at Bogart. So he's battling here with the 99. I believe that's Jaden Browder just in front of him in the 11. Browder really loose. Hard up into the outside fence. And I think that the 99 ride here, Logan Perriman, just trying to avoid him. Getting up into him right here. Let's see if we can take a look at Browder, because Browder, I don't know what's gone wrong here with Browder. Obviously, the contact there with him and Burbage in the 34 line down the back straightaway. See that heavy right front damage. He's going to get up into the fence again, earn another Darlington stripe, but as he pulls off the fence, gets loose, slams back up into the wall, and as that kind of happens, you see the 99. He's trying to work his way from not driving over him, trying to keep himself out of that chaos. And unfortunately for Jason Bogart, I mean, he's just kind of in the wrong place as he's able to jump down low and avoid running over the 11. But the 99 kind of runs over him, slides to the middle here, and unfortunately just ends up clipping the 17 ride of Bogart, and that's going to spin Bogart around up into the outside fence for both drivers. Pretty solid lick there for both cats, and unfortunately it continues to slide the 17 down the racetrack, and he's going to end up kissing this infield fence right here as well. Oh, maybe just avoided it. I mean, so maybe minimal damage there for that beautiful Flex Seal 1776 Motorsports ride. He'll get it pointed back in the right direction, get rolling again here, but another quick and early caution flag here this evening, as that'll mix things up a little bit. Some drivers electing to come down pit road, others electing to stay out here, as Sherhaller says tons of laps to go, and it says don't let them get you down, Landon. Focus and do what you have to do. Yes, that's all you can do. That's all you can do. Zay says, come on, y'all, it's a long race. Let's get some green flag racing. Yeah, green flag racing would definitely be nice. That would be for certain. I don't want to be here for 4.5, 5 hours. I don't want to be here that long. I would need a hell of a race, as Jamal Stevens says, let's go, Joseph. Fast and steady, number 31. Well, that 31 ride has been fast. He has been steady. He wasn't in the race lead, but he takes a little bit of pit strategy. Used it to his advantage, now finds himself out in front. So Smith has the top spot. Lucian Thompson will now be in second. And Lucas up and into that third spot here on the speedway. Matthew Wood, who did just come down pit road from the race lead, will restart back and forth. Trevor Dyer, Grant Applegate bring up row number 3 with Michael Boyles and Jack Buelte there in row number 4. Row number 5 will be the number 60 of Ryan Haller in the number 8 of Trent Johns. Caleb Paulman, Evan Stewart, Colby Wells, Zach Clater, Thaddeus Friel Jr., Jason Bogart there in 16th with Blevins and Jaden Browder rounding out our top 18 drivers here on the Speedway. Landon Burbage rolling back out there. I believe Landon did get the lucky dog right there, so he did get a lap back. He is now considered the first driver 1 lap down out there on the speedways. Here we go. Back to green flag racing, as Zay says. Also, Aiden, stop wrecking my drivers, please. Oh, man, that would be nice. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I feel like they're probably saying the exact same thing. As out in front, though, it is this number 31 of Joseph Smith. Smith in the top spot with Lucian Thompson in position number 2. Wood has worked his way up and into 3rd as Aiden Lucas sits in that 4th position. As Anna says, Aiden is always wrecking people. Yeah, I mean, that first one, I wouldn't consider it him wrecking anyone. I think that was just him trying not to wreck himself in the 57. And obviously we saw Browder and Landon kind of drive into it. That's just something that you see here. That's racing. That happens all the time when a driver has to try to keep themselves out of a problem. They roll out of it, and unfortunately they just kind of get collected by the other drivers back behind them, not checking up soon enough or not seeing what was happening there in front of them. So you got to be on your tippy toes, and unfortunately sometimes driver in front of you will have to check up, will have to try to avoid something, and you got to mind your P's and Q's to not run through them. And unfortunately, we saw Jaden get them, and then Landon just unfortunately nowhere to go there, running into Jaden, and all 3 of them getting down into the infield fence, and all 3 of them now trying to play catch-up and trying to work their way back into the battle here this evening. Now, luckily enough, they got a lot of time to try to get that done. As out in front, it is this 31 of Joseph Smith. Smith leads the charge here as we've now completed 37 laps of racing action. We still have 330 more laps left to go, as we do see Michael Ponder Jr. running into some more issues. Let's take a look here at Ponder, as Ponder back here a little deeper in the field. Unfortunately, already a couple laps down after finding the outside fence under the yellow. Just kind of lose the rear end right there through corner number 4. Ends up making hard contact with the infield safer barrier there on the pit wall and instantly tows it down pit side. And I believe he is still down pit road. Once again, trying to get more damage repair done to that 13 ride. And I believe has now took it in his car behind pit wall and potentially out of this race. And we do see the 99 of Logan Perriman also down pit road here, trying to get repairs done to this number 99 ride. Unfortunately, he's been down there for a very extended period of time. But for Nicholas Wheeler, he'll say thank you very much, because that's at least a couple more points for him to potentially pick up out there on the racetrack, as he's already leapfrogged the 23 of Austin Thompson, moving the 23 into 23rd, which will be the rear of the field. Now for Ponder Jr. off the racetrack and currently out of this race, we do see Logan Perriman still down pit road. We'll see if he gets rolling again here as well. And then for Landon Burbage, I mean, he's in the lucky dog spot, man. A few more caution flags, a few more opportunities could get him right back into the action here this evening. But he's got to be careful. You do not want to make a mistake again. You do not want to put yourself another lap down. And our race leaders are not necessarily too far away from trying to put that 2 ride back down 2 laps out there on the racetrack. It's Joseph Smith and Matthew Wood roll 1 and 2 here on the Speedway. Wood last down pit road there on lap 32. We'll have to wait and see, you know, if there was tires or if there was some other strategy that Matthew may have played. It may have just been down to fuel to make sure that he was good to go to the end of this stage, and or at least make a bit better of a number for him to hit here. May make things a lot tougher for Joseph Smith. If we do have a good long green flag run to the end of this stage, there may be an additional pit stop in the future for that 31 ride. We'll have to wait and see when he can finally hit pit road and if he'll have enough fuel and enough tire to be able to make it to the end of the stage without making that additional stop. Trevor Dyer back into 3rd here. Great run for that Alabama VAN machine as he rolls in that 3rd position. There is the Red Bull rider, Grant Applegate, in that 4th spot here on the Speedway. Jack Bulty's back in 5th, and unfortunately, deeper in the field, we see the 17 rider, Jason Bogart, running into some more issues. So Bogart going to run into another problem here. Sitting back roughly about the 14th position, 15th position right there. Loses it out at corner number 4, washes down the racetrack, ends up making some fairly solid contact there with the infield fence. Does get it rolling though. Luckily enough, keeps it pointed in the right direction and keeps on rolling. And shortly after that happened, we watched the 77 of Caleb Holloman run into some problems. So let's take a look here at the Dr. Pepper 77 ride as they're at a 4. Just kind of lose that rear end dang near the exact same spot we saw that number 17 ride just go for a slide. Luckily enough, 77 able to kind of get it rolling, get it pointed back in the right direction, and luckily enough, able to rejoin the racing surface here without bringing out a caution flag. So that's good news. That was a couple close calls and a couple potential caution flags that we have avoided here on this run, which is definitely nice to see because that allows us to get some good green flag laps in as the number 16 of Matthew Wood out in front has reconsumed that race lead and now starting to pull away from the 31 ride of Joseph Smith. As Smith rolls there in second, Trevor Dyer in position number 3. Applegate and Bulty are top 5 out there on the speedway, but they're all chasing down this 16 rider Matthew Wood. As Greg Dyer says, the Iron Man race. The last clean car standing wins the race. Oh gosh. I'm out of that one, brother. I'm out of that one. There's some really good drivers. There's some really talented drivers, and unless this race continues to be filled with carnage and we get the last car standing after like 267 laps or like 180 laps, then okay, I could definitely take it. But you know, we have some of these guys. When you look at Wood, Smith, Dyer, Applegate, I mean, once you kind of get down to those 5 to 10 cars, I mean, the track opens up so much, and you could see a ton of laps being laid down. And I'm sure these guys don't want to be here for 7 hours, 8 hours, anything else. Heck, I'd be asleep up here in the booth if that was the case. That is for dang certain. But nonetheless, some great racing still here this evening. It could still be technically the Iron Man race, and it could be last car standing. We are still yet to find out. We've had races like that in the past. What series was that? We had one a few years ago as Wood is just kind of linked off the racetrack right there. He's still rolling, though, so I'm not sure why it's dropping him there deeper in the field. But nonetheless, all of a sudden, Wood is... Matthew Wood may have lost connection here to the server chat. As we're back into it, I think Wood has lost connection. He is not out there. Austin Thompson manually disconnected. Michael Bonner Jr. manually disconnected. Doesn't say anything about Matthew Wood disconnecting, but Wood has been messing off the racetrack here for at least a lap and a bit, so I'm not sure where Matthew Wood has disappeared. I believe he may have lost connection. We do see that 77 of Caleb Holloman also down pit road here, getting some repairs done to the 77 ride. Unfortunately, he will go a lap down out there on the racetrack, maybe even 2. You do see the 2 ride delayed in Burbage here. Burbage as well, I believe, has also went another lap down. So Burbage back to 2 laps down now. Still good news is that he is still in the lucky dog position, but it may not be for long. As Smith reconsumes the race lead with Matthew Wood, I believe, losing connection here in this server. I believe Wood is, he's down and out of it right now. We'll have to wait and see if he can rejoin. There it is. Matthew Wood connection dropped due to upload packet loss. Man, what a heartbreaker there for Matthew Wood. That one's got to be pretty demoralizing if you're the 16 machine. You're driving out there, you put yourself into the pole position, you're leading pretty much every lap up to this point until all of a sudden you lose connection. It boots you out of the race. You got to try to get loaded back in rather quickly, but it doesn't matter how quickly you do get loaded back in. He's already down about 4, almost 5 laps here, and unfortunately for Matthew, I mean, it may not have just been a simple issue, a hitch in the server for him, or a lack of internet there for a second or two. His internet may have completely died out. His day could be done here if his internet does not come back, if he cannot rejoin this race, and I think even maybe after that issue, may not want to rejoin this race. So unfortunately for Matthew Wood, his day may be done here as well. Now we do see Logan Perriman there in that Eris number 99 ride rolling back out there on the speedway. Nicholas Wheeler will say thank you very much as he's close to potentially trying to leapfrog Matthew Wood for at least another position out there on the speedway, and he is only a lap behind Logan Perriman here, so he could be really, really close to trying to gain a couple positions out there on the racetrack. And unfortunately for Michael Ponder Jr. and Austin Thompson, their nights have already come to an early close here this evening. But out in front, it's still a dogfight here for the race lead as we're almost halfway through our first stage of the day. Our first stage will come to a close at the completion of lap number 115 here this evening. So as we complete lap number 57 and a half here this afternoon, that will be halfway through our first stage of the evening. So we're inching real close to it. And for all these drivers, there's been some issues. There's been some ups and downs. You may have gotten collected or tied up in some of the mayhem, some of the carnage out there on the speedway. You got to try to put that into the rear view mirror. Keep on watching what's out in front of you and making sure that you can put yourself into a good position later in the run as we see the caution flag come back out right at our halfway point here through stage number 1. So halfway here in our first stage of the day, and it looks like the 99 ride going to run into some more issues here. Logan Perriman just trying to keep himself in the battle here, and unfortunately gets up, earns another Darlington stripe right there through corner number 3 and 4. Let's take a look here at this 99, up the racetrack through 3 and 4, gets a piece of the fence, and as he comes off the wall, back onto the throttle, just kind of loses that rear end. We've already seen a few drivers do that here early this afternoon, and unfortunately, iRacing had him sideways enough there on the racetrack with the car coming at them that they throw that yellow flag, and that will bring our not our first caution, but another caution out here midway through this first stage of the day. So another quick one, another easy caution flag. Luckily enough, no major damage there for the 99, but this will bring more drivers down pit side to get some repairs to their race cars and try to work themselves back into the battle here this evening. Now, I do believe Thaddeus Friel Jr. may have went a lap down right there, may have gotten the lucky dog back on the lead lap. Unfortunately for Landon Burbage, that may be a lucky dog he will not get out there on the speedway. And you do see Matthew Wood. Wood is back out there. So Wood is back into the battle. Unfortunately here for Matthew, he does find himself about 6-7 laps down out there on the speedway. So a bit of a heartbreaker there for the 16 ride, as it would take either a lot of chaos, a lot of mayhem, or some miracles to try to work this number 16 ride back into the battle here this evening. And it'd be interesting to see if the admin group would potentially give him some laps back. I feel like that's almost got to be something we could implement here to really make it so that drivers want to come back in the race. If you're Matthew Wood, have an issue here, we saw earlier in the season a lot with Matthew, with some of these other drivers, including Jordan Fisher. It'd be interesting to see, let's say you lose connection, you go 3-4 laps down. When you get back out there during the next caution flag, should probably just give you the wave around. I think they give you those laps back, get you back into the battle. Something that's kind of out of your control when it comes to whether or not it's your internet or the iRacing server or whatever. Hopefully, that it's part of the game, but at the same point in time, man, it would make things a little bit more interesting, and it would definitely make things a lot more fair for a lot of those drivers that have had a few of those internet issues, right? Like where if you get booted from the server, you can get back into it, regain your laps, get yourself back into the battle, and kind of, you just lose the track position. I mean, the track position is always key, but you lose the track position, you'd still be at the rear of the field, but at least you could be back on a lead lap. I think that'd be something really neat to kind of implement here, but maybe next season, as that would probably make things a little bit more fair, but I think that'd be something cool. What do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think? Do you guys think something like that would be beneficial here to the series, kind of having that, implemented into the racing action, where if you do lose connection or something, if you can get back into the race, as long as it's up to a certain amount. I mean, if you're 100 laps down, obviously they can't just, keep the caution going, give you 100 laps to get back into it. But if you can get back in quick enough where you're only, 3, 4, 5 laps down or something like that, through a caution flag or two, they could give you those laps back, get you back into the battle, get you back into the fun here, after having, iRacing virtually kind of take you out of the running. I think that'd be neat, but definitely be difficult to kind of implement, but I'm sure these guys could figure it out. Here we go, back to battle, and it's the 57 of Applegate who jumps out in front. Applegate, our new race leader here in Darlington, and Smith right there into second, as you see the 0-5 of Michael Boyles, who restarted in the race lead, just trying to hang on to the 0-5 right now. He's getting hassled by Jack Buelte in the 34 ride of Aiden Lucas. Lucas right there in that Miller Lite number 34 ride, trying to work his way a little farther forward here as well, as the 45, that Fish Speed Brakes ride of Colby Wells, sits in that 6th position. He wants to work his way inside our top 5 again here this evening, as he looks under the 0-5 of Michael Boyles. He will take that spot and he will move inside our top 5 as the Impact 0-5 machine, unfortunately following backwards here in this one, as Greg Dyer says, tough break, Matthew. You never know what might happen. Keep charging, brother. Absolutely. Keep charging. Keep battling. You might get lucky. You might get a couple lucky breaks and slowly but surely work your way back into the hunt here this evening. And I mean, he's fast enough. He could potentially race his way up there, put himself, one lap better to the good, and kind of unlap himself, catch a caution flag, kind of get 2 laps back potentially, or maybe even try to get a little bit more there as well. I mean, there's always opportunities, and I know Matthew's going to be doing everything he can to try to inch his way back into the battle. I know Landon Burbage is going to be right there with him as well. Burbage still trying to get some of his damage repaired, trying to get this 2 ride back to life. Unfortunately for Landon, I do believe he is now 3 laps down, may have lost another lap there under that caution flag as he rolls there in 17th, as we do see Logan Perriman heading down pit side here. So Perriman making a green flag pit stop here in this Eris 99 machine, so he hits pit road. Fortunately, he has multiple laps down here himself already, and if he's not lucky enough to get back out there soon enough, he may lose another spot here, as Nicholas Wheeler already leapfrogged the 77 of Caleb Holloman to move himself at least into the 20th position. So after his early issues here, this number 5 ride right into the battle. I mean, he's still, I don't even know what, 11 laps down, but he's gaining positions, he's gaining spots, he's working his way forward, and at least trying to maximize the most that he can here out of the day for Xavier Rogel-Brunke here this evening as his substitute driver here in race number 1 of our chase. But out in front, it's Grant Applegate. Applegate continues to lead the charge here. So he's out in front. He's got about a second between himself and the Caterpillar. Number 31 at Joseph Smith. Jack Buelte's there in third with Aiden Lucas. Colby Wells, our top 5. Trent Johns Trent Johns in the M&M's number 8 ride works his way up in the 6th, and right there behind him in that 7th position is the Ritz Crackers Oreo Kroger ride. That is the 60 machine of Ryan Haller, who rolls there in position number 7. Trevor Dyer back there in position number 8 with Lucian Thompson in position number 9, and Michael Boyles all the way back in 10th. As Anna says, I take it no quick repair. Yes, and a no quick repair here, unfortunately, in the wheel-to-wheel racing league. So not having that quick repair, not having that in your back pocket, definitely hurts. Definitely puts you into a very, very difficult position, and I'm sure for a lot of these drivers, they're going to have to hope to try to, kind of rebound and gain some of that time back through more cautions, more issues out there on the speedway. But if we see long green flag runs, it'll be very, very tough for anyone to kind of get themselves back into the hunt here this evening after falling multiple laps down. I think for right now, Burbage might be the lucky one to kind of get back into it, as everyone else that's a lap down behind him are, 3, 4, 10 laps farther back behind this number 2 ride. You just gotta hope that drivers like Clater here in that Ranger lead the way. That U.S. Army 0 ride keeps himself on the lead lap. Same with Thaddeus Friel Jr., Jaden Browder. If they can all keep themselves on the lead lap, potentially, it could continue to keep giving lucky dogs to this 2 ride. Landon Burbage could slowly work him back on the lead lap here this evening, but he's gonna have to get fairly lucky and catch those at a very, very good braking time, because for right now, you see the 0 Clater, the 98 of Thaddeus Friel Jr. They just went across our start finish line. Our race leaders are down through 3 and 4, so they're about a quarter or so of a lap away from potentially having our race leader, Mr. Applegate, here right back under their rear bumper and trying to put them a lap down. And the more drivers that do go 1 lap down is going to be the more lucky dogs that will have to be handed out before Landon Burbage may get some. So you gotta really hope for the best and really hope for a bunch of quick caution flags here if you're that 2 ride here this evening. But for Applegate, he does not want to see a yellow flag. He's out in front. He's got about a 1.67 second lead between himself and Joseph Smith there on the speedway. So he's hoping that he can keep himself right on up there, right in the great battle at the front of the field, and able to keep on just pulling away from this 31 ride. Aiden Lucas up and into 3rd here in that beautiful 34 machine. Jack Buelty falls back into the 4th position. Colby Wells still rounding out our top 5 as you see the pair of Fish Speed rides sitting there in 4th and 5th, looking to just have good solid runs, good solid drives here this evening. Hoping to try to make the most out of this race and get some really, really solid points. And I think for right now, with so many drivers running into early issues, some drivers not making it here into the battle, into the action here this evening, obviously, there's a lot of points to be gained. There is a ton of opportunity for drivers to kind of jump up there, leapfrog some of these guys, and put themselves into a really, really good position points-wise heading into our 2nd chase race of the year in not too long from now. So that could be really, really fun to see and see who's going to be able to take advantage of it and put themselves into a good spot out there on the racetrack. As Joseph Smith, he's reeling and feeling good. He's rolling there in 2nd as our points leader coming into this race. Jordan Fisher, unfortunately, not out there. Matthew Wood, who was running really good, but now finds himself, I don't even know, 7 laps down out there on the racetrack, man. That's going to be really, really tough for him to try to battle back from 7 laps down. Xavier Rugglebruggy not here, had to get a substitute driver. That substitute driver is Nicholas Wheeler, who has ran into some issues here himself, has gotten his car pretty tore up out there on the racetrack. Has also went down multiple laps, 11 laps down right now for this number 5 ride for Zay. Unfortunately, that is a huge loss of what could be potential points here today. So that's a tough one for him. Oh no, we see another driver, and I believe another one of our playoff drivers running into issues. Evan Stewart's around. Everyone's got to avoid him. Oh, man, the fish speed breaks. Number 37 machine of Evan Stewart going for a slide here. Looks like him and maybe Matthew Wood making some contact. So Woods just behind him here, multiple laps down, and it looks like for the fish speed breaks 37, gets a piece of the outside fence, earns his Darlington stripe, loses that rear end, tries to save it, locks it down, ends up nosed into the outside fence there ever so slightly as well. Now, luckily enough, no one initially makes contact with him here. Wood just able to get around him without any major contact. You do see Lucian Thompson able to dive down and around him. That will help him avoid any additional damage there, as well as the 0-5 of Boyle's also just able to keep himself out of running into that 37 ride. And everyone else up against the fence, just out of the way, and just able to keep themselves out of trouble there with that spun out 37 ride. But that will put us back under the caution, and that will mix things up here for this pit cycle as our 6th caution flag here in this race. After 80 laps of racing action, 6 yellow flags here. Still a lot of drivers out there, still a lot of laps left to go here in this race, as we will see Aiden Lucas, Jack Buelte, Colby Wells, Trent Johns, Ryan Haller, and Lucian Thompson all elect to stay out here, not coming back down pit road here on lap number 80. That's going to put our top 6 into a bit of a different position when it comes to tires and fuel here throughout this run. Now for Joseph Smith in the 31 ride, he did come down pit road, and he will come out of the pits as the top driver here. So the first one coming back out with the fresh tires, fresh fuel, and ready to rock and roll. Applegate comes out in second with Boyles, and Blevins will now be our 10th place driver for this restart. For a lot of these drivers, we were going through the points here. You take a look at some of these other ones that have ran into issues. Jaden Browder had a really good start, had a good drive early on. Unfortunately, he got tied up in that issue of Landon Burbage and that 34 of Aiden Lucas. He still has some pretty solid right front damage here on this 11 ride. Trying to get it repaired, trying to get it fixed up and back into the battle here this evening. Now he's on the lead lap. He's been able to stay on the lead lap, but scored all the way back in 14th. We've also seen, another driver. When we look at Jack Buelte, Buelte's had a pretty good run, pretty solid day here at the Speedway. Has earned a couple Darlington stripes, but for the most part, the 27 still sitting pretty. Take a look at Evan Stewart, who unfortunately was having a good, solid run here this afternoon. Now finds himself going a lap down after spending an extended period of time down pit road. And for that 37, losing a lap right here. This is interesting. So he loses the lap. Looks like Thaddeus Friel Jr. also loses the lap. He's trying to get some heavier damage repaired here on this 98 ride. Landon Burbage also back down pit road, getting some more damage repair and rolling back out on the Speedway. Now, he did get the lucky dog, I do believe, as our race leaders click off lap 182. He'll be completing lap 79, so I believe he may still be 3 laps down, and I believe no longer in that free pass position, as there goes our race leaders around Thaddeus Friel Jr. Unfortunately, he's just still trying to leave pit road, but oh, hang on to it. I believe that is Haller. Sideways down on the apron right there. Luckily enough, saves it, keeps it pointed the right direction. Now loses a ton of track position. Let's take a look back at it, see if he got a little help in hand here. Down into corner number 1 as he's got Smith all over his back bumper here on this restart. Shoots it in there, pushes up the racetrack, and then maybe it's a little love nudge from the 31 ride right there. Does Smith give him a shot in the shorts and help him go around? Really, really tight. May have just lost the arrow there, and unfortunately just starts to go around. Saves it, though. Locks it down on the apron. No caution flag. It stays clean and green, and luckily enough, no major damage there for that 60 ride, but he does lose a ton of track position and falls all the way back into 14th. But for Aiden Lucas, he'll take advantage of it because he's got the race lead. He sits out in front, and he's hoping to try to keep it that way here for at least another 30 laps, 20 laps, something like that, until our stage comes to a close. I believe 30 laps left here in this stage, so still a lot of laps left to go, still a lot of racing here, even in stage number 1. Now, Kobe Wells did jump up and into position number 2 here, with Jack Buelty rolling there in 3rd. All of our top 3 did not come down pit road during that last caution flag. They were last down pit side on lap number 59. As Joseph Smith, Applegate right there on the back bumper of Buelty, trying to work their way forward and trying to work their way back to the point here this evening. You see Trent Johns there in 6th, Lucian Thompson back in 7th, with Blevins, Boyles, and Trevor Dyer rounding out our top 10. Browder's a little farther back there in the progressive number 11 ride, sitting in the 11th position right now. Behind him, it's the 17 of Jason Bogart. Sticking with it here, even with the damage on the 17 ride, having some issues, bringing out a couple caution flags. The 1776 Motorsports ride still very much in the hunt here at the front, sits in that 12th position and in a pretty solid spot out there on the speedway. The 0 ride is Zach Clater strolling there in 13th, Haller's back in 14th, and then you do see the number 37 of Evan Stewart. Now, Stewart is currently the first driver 1 lap down. So he is in the lucky dog position. If there is a caution flag, the free pass will go to this 37 run Evan Stewart. Thaddeus Real Jr. also going a couple laps down there throughout that pit cycle, trying to get this 98 back into one good solid piece and back into the battle here this evening. Now the crew's got to work. They've gotten quite a bit of that damage repaired. Unfortunately for the 98 ride, still finds himself back in about the 16th, a couple laps down. For Landon Burbage, a few laps down. That one kind of hurts his chances. That one kind of hurts his run here as he finds himself on the lead lap with Thaddeus Real Jr., but unfortunately still quite a ways back behind him, and still quite a bit of ways from potentially earning some more lucky dogs, some more free passes to try to get himself back into the battle here this evening. And Matthew Wood right there as well in that 16 ride, scored in 18th. Unfortunately, still about 7 laps down. Still going to need a lot of other carnage or a lot of lucky breaks to get some lucky dogs and get free passes to get him back into the battle here this evening. Wheeler back in position number 19 as Holloman has fallen back to 20th. Logan Perriman's taken his car off the racetrack. So is Michael Ponder Jr. and Austin Thompson here this evening. Jaden Porter and Nick Jensen did not start this race here today. But out in front, it's Aiden Lucas who's got the race lead, man. Lucas came into this, scored back 13th in the point standings. This would be a big run and a great day points-wise for this Miller Lite number 34 ride. Smith, though, our points leader, not too far back there behind him, but Applegate's trying to gain some extra points on that number 31. Matthew Wood, who started off the day on a really good note, unfortunately, not the run he was hoping for here this evening as well. Landon Burbage also running into problems here throughout this race. That contact into the infield fence with Browder and Lucas unfortunately has him a few laps down and scored all the way back in that 17th position. So not really the points day that he was hoping for. Obviously, we saw Austin Thompson, first driver technically out of this race, scored back in 23rd for the 23 ride. Came in 11th in points, man. That's going to really set him back. Ryan Haller in 12th in the point standings. May be able to gain a few more, work his way a little farther up there as we see another driver run into issues, and it's Jaden Browder. Oh, no. Browder down pit road here. Let's take a look, see what happens. It's the progressive number 11 ride already with some heavy right side damage here after some early issues and early contact. Is really loose right there, hard up into the outside fence again. And for the 11 ride, just hits the apron, pulls it down to the infield fence right here, and he is going to tow it down pit road. This is a heartbreaker for the 11 ride of Jaden Browder. Browder came into this race 6 in points, and I believe he has now taken his car back behind pit wall and potentially done for the day. So another one of our playoff drivers, potentially an early exit here this evening. I mean, this has been a crazy one, man. We had 16 drivers make the chase, and so far here this evening, I think there's probably been about 2 that haven't really ran into any major issues here when it comes to this race. Maybe 3. I mean, Applegate really hasn't had too many problems. We've seen Smith hasn't really had any issues. I believe Colby Wells as well hasn't really ran into a major problem. Lost a little bit of track position in that first run, but that may have been all by design. I guess you could throw Jack Bulty into that position as well. So Applegate, Smith, Wells, and Bulty, all 4, really haven't had too many issues and too much adversity here this evening. All the other playoff drivers have ran into some pretty major problems throughout this race. Even Blevins getting tied up in one of those caution flags. I mean, he's rebounded nicely, rolls in 7th here, so this could be a huge points day for our 14th place driver into the playoffs. Mickelson not here this afternoon because just getting married. Huge congrats there to that one, but unfortunately Mickelson's not here. Bogarts ran into his problems, but he's stuck with it. He still scored in 11th, and that's the main thing right there, is if you can keep the wheels turning, not run into any more major issues, man, you could come out with a really solid day here at the Speedways. Now we do see the 98 ride. Oh no. The VAN machine of Thaddeus Friel Jr. back down pit road here himself. Heartbreaker here for Thaddeus as he is now parked down pit side. He's given up another position already to the number 2 of Landon Burbage. Burbage able to leapfrog at least another driver out there on the speedway. And now we see our race leader. Oh no, Applegate runs into issue at the front of the field. We may have jinxed him right there. That one may have been on us, Applegate. That one may have been on us. Oh, no. Grant Applegate, our race leader, may have just stepped on it right there. Actually, I think he was in second. Yeah, he was in second. It was Aiden Lucas that was still leading. Applegate worked his way back up into second, but right there gets really loose down at corner number 4. Ends up going around right there, and unfortunately, still enough on the racing surface that he also goes around. Tough break right there for Applegate, man. That's a tough break there for him, and I'll set him back. I mean, we talked about some of these drivers not running into adversity, but now here they are running straight into that adversity. As Rodney, what's good, Rodney? What's good, Rod? Hot Rod in the chat says, let's go, Evan. And says, what's up, Peacemaker? What's up, Rodney? How are you, Mr. Stewart? How you doing this afternoon? Huey in the chat says, come on, Clater, Aiden, Boyles, and Browder. Well, Clater's having a decent run. Obviously for Aiden, I mean, he's up front. He's leading this race. Boyles, he's been up and down. He's ran into no major issues, but solid run for the 0-5 ride, unfortunately for Browder. I think Browder may be done for the day. I think Browder is done and out of this race potentially here this evening. That's a heartbreaker there for Browder, and Jimmy 3 times says, did Landon rage quit and get off the lead lap like he did on COD tonight? Oh, no. Not the Call of Duty. Hey, Call of Duty is definitely a rage quit game. Ain't no shame in rage quitting in Call of Duty. It happens to all of us. We've all been there. We'll all be there again there in Call of Duty, having a little rage quit action. As Greg Dyer says, how many sets of tires do they have for this race? They have 10 sets. 10 sets of tires. So there's lots of tires, but don't want to burn them all up too early. I mean, we're about to complete lap 100 here. I mean, this is really about quarter of the way through this race, maybe a little bit beyond the quarter, but I mean, 100 laps officially down, 267 laps left to go. That's still a lot of laps. That is a lot of laps, a lot of racing left here this evening as Josh, shut your mouth, says Anna. Woo! Anna coming in, fire right at the gate. And Josh says, don't be so hostile, Anna. It's tough. That's tough. Yeah, you don't know the inside. Oh gosh, the inside. I don't want to know the inside of you, Josh. I don't want to know that. You're a piece of work. Oh gosh, just like you blew your motor last night. Grow up, boy. Oh, Anna's got the shots. Shots fired right there, Josh. Shots fired, brother. Woo! She's digging right into you. She's digging right into you. Jordan just laughed my ass off, man. Yeah, that was perfect. That was great. That was great, and that was great. Shots fucking fired by Anna in the chat, man. Josh, I don't think you can dodge that one. She got your ass right there, brother. She got you right there, my boy. Aiden Lucas, though, out in front for this restart. It's a great launch, a great jump, and looking to try to keep Smith and Wells back there at bay. Wells quickly jumps up into position number 2 with a crossover out of that 31. Right as Smith working back down to the inside. Here comes Smith trying to work his way back into second as they only have about 14 laps left to go here in stage number 1. So our first stage of the day quickly coming to a close here this afternoon. I say quickly as we've hit the 1 hour and 15 minute marker, but our first stage almost completed here this evening for each and every one of these drivers. The first wave of points up for grabs here. The first opportunity to try to gain a little something back here throughout this race and try to gain those extra points that could help, take a bad night, turn it into a decent night here, especially if you run into issues yourself later on, as we do see the 0 ride of Zach later running into problems down the Boeing back straightaway. Looked like he had gotten into the outside fence at a corner number 2. Luckily enough, able to keep on rolling, and doesn't look like he's going to fall too far back. We'll see if he can pick up the pace there and keep that thing moving and grooving out there on the speedways. Aiden Lucas continues to lead the charge. As Hannah says, love you too, Jordan Hand. Yes. X out says, Landon had it too. Shame he got taken out so early. Yeah. I mean, yeah, would have been good. Would have been fun to see what Landon had there late in that race. I mean, it would have been a fun battle, I think, there towards the end. I mean, it was just a good show, man. Good show, good battles there. I mean, having Josh up there wheeling that 5 ride on the outside groove. We saw, the 72 of Gaston, man, just be so consistent, so fluent out there on the dirt track all race long there at Knoxville last night, man, putting together another great show. But we do see the caution flag come back out. So the yellow flag will fly here again. And Greg, you might be right, brother. Greg Dyer called this the Iron Man race. Last car standing wins. We might get there. We might get there as we see the 8 ride of Trent John's going to run into some issues here himself. Down at a corner number 2, bounces off the fence, gets loose down the Boeing back straightaway, finally ends up getting sideways, going around right there. Good piece of driving by Haller. Boyles, all these drivers to avoid driving through the M&M's number 8 machine, but that does bring out the caution flag once again this afternoon. So another caution, another issue, and another wave of strategy here. I mean, if you're Lucas, Wells, Jack Buelte, you didn't pit since lap 89, you're kind of locked in on this strategy to stay out and keep on rolling as long as you can to try to keep this track position, especially now as we inch a little closer to our stage break. If you're Joseph Smith or Stephen Blevins, you were last down pit lane on lap 80. You're just hoping that you can take advantage of the 3 drivers in front of you, get a good solid stage yourself. But for the guys that were down pit road there on lap 99, you're kind of locked into this strategy. You just got to hope for the best out there on the racetrack, as that yellow flag does give the wave around to the number 2 ride of Landon Burbage. So Burbage does get another lap back right there. I believe this will put him to 2 laps down in that Princess Towing number 2 machine. Just cannot put himself, 3 laps down again, man. I think if you can stay right there, stage break still coming up. Could be 1 lap down here in just a few more laps. So he's got to put himself into a good position here in this one. As Brian says, show is not over yet. Show is nowhere close to over yet. Still a lot of time to shine out there on the racetrack, as Julie in the chat says, go Jason! Cheering on Mr. Bogart here this evening as Jason rolls there in position number 14 right now. He is down pit side, trying to get some more repairs done to this Flex Seal 1776 Motorsports ride here this afternoon. Here he comes, rolling back out onto the racetrack. You do see the 0 ride also down pit road here, and Landon Burbage also down there. And I believe for Burbage, this is the second time we've seen him do this. I mean, I just don't understand why he wouldn't take the advantage of at least getting back to 1 lap down here He is going to give that lap right back and just got in the wave around. Just gained another lap back to where he was only 2 laps down, but with the field going by him right there, he's going to fall back to 3 laps down out there on the speedway, trying to get more of that damage repaired on this Princess Towing number 2 machine. I think I would have waited for a little longer of a stop during the next caution flag, but at least get himself to 1 lap down. I mean, we're going to see a lot more yellows, a lot more opportunities to get damage repaired, but if you can just try to get out there and get back on the lead lap, man, that would be the ideal position to be in. I'm just not 100% sure on the strategy for that 2 ride, but nonetheless, here he comes, rolling back out there. We'll still be 3 laps down. We'll be in the line for the lucky dog again at the stage break as we get I believe 7 laps left to go here in this stage. As here we go. Big launch, big jump right there for Aiden Lucas. That's exactly what Lucas needed right there. Big launch. That opens up a couple car lengths between himself and the 45 of Wells. Wells, though, trying to inch back to his back bumper, trying to put that pressure on his rear end, as you do see Lucian Thompson right there into the mix here in that number 61 ride. Applegate's there as well in the 57. Blevins back there in 7th, as here comes Haller, Boyles, and Evan Stewart. As Stewart in that number 37 ride has navigated his way inside our top 10 here. So great recovery there for Evan Stewart to rejoin our top 10, trying to earn at least a stage point here in stage number 1. Trevor Dyer, Trent Johns, Jason Bogart back there in 13th. Claytor's back there in 14th here, as everyone's still duking it out as we inch closer and closer to the end of stage number 1. The 34 will exit corner number 4 and across the line. It's 5 laps left to go. 5 more laps left to duke it out here in stage number 1 this afternoon. Our first stage of the day about to be completed here in just a couple more laps. As we do see, I thought I just saw somebody turned around there on the back straightaway. Doesn't look like it. Looks like everyone was able to keep themselves pointed in the right direction, so that's a great break right there. I thought I saw somebody turn sideways, but maybe they just got a little loose there at core number 2. But here we go. Battle out in front. It's not over here. 4 laps left to go. Wells wants it. He's going to try to take it here, and if he's not careful, Joseph Smith will be right there ready to pounce, ready to try to work his Chesapeake Racing number 31 ride back up in his second, hoping that he has enough time to get after that 34 of Aiden Lucas here for the stage win. As there we go, you see that 31 gets right to the back bumper of the 45. Couldn't really make anything happen, but maybe you can try to line it up, time it up, and see if you can take a run to get around, or at least get to the inside on a corner here with that 45 machine. As they continue to run nose to tail and down the back straightaway, we're going to see another driver run into issues here. Blevins. Oh no, another playoff driver out there. Going to run into some issues here. Let's take a look back, see what happens to the skyline. Number 15 bounced it off the fence. Through 3 and 4, lose that rear end and goes around. We've seen that numerous times here this evening, but down off the racing line. No caution flag. It stays clean and green, and we get to keep on battling out there on the speedways. Aiden Lucas pulling away here from Wells. He's now given himself about 3-4 car lengths between him and that 45 as Wells. Maybe going from a little bit of trying to be on attack to now just trying to play a little defense. As here comes Smith, trying to get to the inside, but there is the yellow. So lap 114, and it looks like the stage is going to come to a close there on that note. I do believe that is at least a lap early, and I believe that's what the caution flag was for, but it may not have been. Take a look here as the 0 ride of Zach Claytor. He's gotten up into the outside fence. Pretty solid right front damage on this 0 ride. As the caution flag comes out, that had to have been the end of the stage. Unless if, take a look here at Matthew Wood. This may have been the root cause of it right here. As Wood, oh yeah, Wood's very sideways right here. Wasn't sure if we'd see that here this afternoon or not, but Wood gets super sideways. Luckily enough, does save it down at corner number 4, able to get that car rolling, but I believe that may have been enough to bring that caution flag out. So he does get rolling, does keep himself out of any major issues, but puts us at the end of our stage, and it's Aiden Lucas who wins stage number 1. Wells in second, Smith back in third there in our first stage of the day as everyone down pit road, including Zach Clater, trying to get some damage repaired on that 0 ride. Landon Burbage, I believe, does get the lucky dog again. So he is back to 2 laps down again here. Okay, now we got to see if he goes for the same strategy, if he just tries to sit down pit road a little while longer. He keeps taking the waves. I mean, being 2 laps down is a whole lot better than 3 laps down. But at this point, he could have been only 1 lap down here if he had just stayed on the lead lap. I mean, yes, he has the damage. Yes, he may have been off the pace. But, I mean, at least being 1 lap down puts you into a position where, you know, you can stick with it. As you see the pace car coming out of corner number 4 right here, he's got to hope that he can get rolling here again, or he's just going to be looking to get more damage repaired and once again fall another lap down. His lights are off the official iRacing pace car. He's still down there. Aiden Lucas is still down there as well. Aiden might be really close to going a lap down here himself, and I believe he might lose a lap right here. If he can't beat this pace car out, might just be able to do it. I think we'll see where iRacing puts him. iRacing's going to put him at the back of the field here. So yeah, extended pit stop there for our stage 1 winner, and Aiden Lucas is going to go to the rear of the field here, and he is also scored a lap down. So Lucas now 1 lap down. Blevins a lap down here as well in that 15 ride. And Landon Burbage, who's still down pit road, still, I believe, 3 laps down again here. And if he doesn't get rolling back out there soon, he's going to lose a 4th lap here as he is still down pit road. Our race leaders are stacked back up, door to door, ready to rock and roll, ready to get back after it. Burbage just leaving his pit stall right here. Man, it's going to be tough for him to stay, 3 laps down, but now he's got a few more drivers that are also 1 lap down, and we see Aiden Lucas gets a black flag right here. We'll see if that gets fixed, if that gets changed or not, and see where that kind of puts him. But if he has to serve a black flag penalty here, that's going to put him a couple more laps down, and that will put Aiden Lucas into a really, really tough position. But Jack Bulty out in front. It's a pair of fish speed rides, 1 and 2. Bulty, Wells, top 2 spots out there on the racetrack. Smith rolls there in 3rd. Applegate in position number 4 with Trent Johns. Our top 5 out there on the speedway. Ryan Haller, Evan Stewart, Trevor Dyer, Michael Boyles, and now Lucian Thompson rounding out our top 10 there in that 10th position for the Napa Auto Parts Chesapeake Racing number 61 ride. Jason Bogart and Zach Clater rounding out our lead lap drivers here as Clater rolls in position number 12. Aiden Lucas, luckily enough, did not have to serve that penalty, so that's a good break there, but he does find himself still 1 lap down. Now, he is in the lucky dog position, so if there is another caution flag, he could get himself back on the lead lap and back into the battle here this evening. Blevins, unfortunately, also now 1 lap down after being down pit road for an extended period of time. He's a lap down. He's quite a bit back there. He's going to have to hope for a couple caution flags to try to work his way back into the action here this evening. And for Landon Burbage, unfortunately, I believe he is still currently 3 laps down, but with our race leaders not too far off, his back bumper could potentially fall 4 laps down out there on the racetrack. As Jack Bulty, though, out in front, continuing to lead the charge here in this one, as Wells in second, with Smith and Applegate 3rd and 4th, as each and every one of these drivers keep on battling as our second stage of the day is officially underway. And we'll continue to click off these laps, continue to inch closer and closer to our midway point here in this feature event, but we'll quickly jump into an Uncle Rodney crank it up. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what we want you to do right now is crank up that volume and cheer on your favorite drivers as we crank it up. Here, presented by Uncle Rodney. Alrighty, caution flag is out once again here this evening. Yeah, caution flag. As we'll take a look back, see what happened, as I didn't really get a great look there. Who or what may have went around? As you take a look here, Landon Burbage, the 57 ride of Applegate, little contact there. That was not the caution. Oh, it's the 17 of Bogart again. Oh no, Jason gonna run into some more issues right here, down and out of corner number 4. Let's see if we get another look here at this beautiful 1776 Motorsports ride. He just washes in there, gets up into the outside fence, back on a throttle. Unfortunately, the rear ender steps out on him, overcorrects, hard contact up into the outside fence. Really heavy front end damage here on the 17 ride as he goes for a couple loop-de-loops, and the caution flag comes back out here at Darlington. This track is too tough to tame. It's got that name for a reason, and unfortunately, right there, Bogart runs into another issue, and unfortunately, been a tough one for him to tame here this afternoon, but we do see a few tankers down pit road here as we see the 27 of Jack Bulte hit pit lane. Trent Johns also down pit road. Michael Boyles, Jason Bogart's down there looking to get some repairs done to his car. Blevins is down pit side lane, and Burbage back down pit road. Looks like Thaddeus Friel Jr. also back down pit lane here, trying to get some more repairs done to his number 98 machine. Zach Glader still rolling out there. Unfortunately for Glader, he is about 12 laps down out there on the speedway. Caleb Holloman still down pit road here. We'll see if he rejoins this race. Nicholas Wheeler scored back in 18th as Matthew Wood unfortunately has called it a night here. I believe for Matthew, we can scroll up here just a little bit. Yeah, so Matthew Wood, unfortunately, manually disconnected. So a heartbreaker there for Matthew as Mr. Wood, started the day on the pole, leading majority of the first almost 50 laps of this race until ran into his connection issues, lost connection due to packet upload loss, and unfortunately went multiple laps down. Kind of knew he was probably not going to catch those laps back and decided that he would rather call it an early night. So after 107 laps here this evening, Matthew Wood now down and out of this race. So we started technically with 25 drivers. 2 of them never took the green flag, and Nick Jensen and Jaden Porter. So they did not jump out onto the speedway here for this feature event. But Austin Thompson, Michael Ponder Jr., Logan Perriman, Jaden Browder, Matthew Wood, all done here today. They have all already taken their cars back down behind pale wall and out of this race. So 5 drivers, unfortunately, no longer rolling here this evening, and a few others sticking with it, trying to stay in the battle, trying to keep on clawing their way back into it. Unfortunately, more and more drivers running into issues, more drivers having problems. Unfortunately, going to make their days that much longer, that much tougher here this evening. As here we go back to green flag racing. Green flag back out into the air, and for the number 31 of Joseph Smith. He sees that green flag fly, gets a great launch, great jump right there, and for the Caterpillar machine, trying to keep all these other drivers back there at bay. As here comes the 45 of Wells, though. Big run down the Boeing back straightaway, taking a big run to the inside of Smith, looking to try to take that race lead away from that number 31. And now Smith gets a little piece of the fence right there, unfortunately making some slight contact there with the outside wall. Does scrub off quite a bit of speed on the front straightaway, and that allows Kobe Wells to take the race lead. So Wells out in front, leading the charge here in this one. So Colby Wells, Joseph Smith, Grant Applegate, 1, 2, and 3 up there on the speedway. Ryan Haller now into position number 4. With Trevor Dyer there in 5th. Jack Bulte's back in 6th after making that pit stop. He finds himself here trying to work his way back inside our top 5. Trying to complete the pass here on that 64 of Trevor Dyer for the 5th position. And we do see Trent John scored back in 7th. Evan Stewart's there in 8th. Lucian Thompson in that 9th position. And Michael Boyles rounding out our top 10. But here comes Aiden Lucas. Lucas back on the lead lap. Had just gotten the lucky dong there during that last caution flag. And for Aiden Lucas, quickly navigates his way around the 0-5 ride back inside our top 10. As we do see Boyles back there in 11th as Landon Burbage back down pit side here. Burbage making another pit stop under the green flag conditions here this evening. Burbage back down pit road. Oh, man, this is going to just... I think this is going to kill his chances on the day, and I think he knows it. And there he goes. Anna, if you're watching, my girl, unfortunately, I believe Landon Burbage has called it a day here at the Speedway. His night has come to an early close, and unfortunately no longer out there on the racetrack here this evening. So his day has come to an early end here as well. So another driver down and out of this race, and I got a sneaky suspicion the way this one's been going here this evening, he may not be the last one, as Thaddeus Friel Jr. multiple laps down, about 8 laps down back there in position number 15, will at least leapfrog Burbage here, at least gain another spot out there on the racetrack. Clater, Holloman, Wheeler, all potentially in line to at least gain one more spot out there on the racetrack, with another driver running into issues here and exiting this race. But we do see Jack Buelty. Oh no, what in the world? I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think the 27 rider, Jack Buelty, he may be out of this race as well, chat. I think he just lost connection. Something just happened to Jack out there on the racetrack. Let's see if we can go back just a little bit here. As let's take a look. 27 ride, door-to-door, Trent Johns. He's got Trevor Dyer there behind him, rolling down the Boeing back straightaway into corner number 3. And I believe the 27 ride is going to disappear here in just a couple seconds. Down the front straightaway, still rolling nicely with the 8 rider. Trent Johns on his back bumper. He had just worked his way back inside our top 5. And somewhere roughly around the midway point, I'm going to say somewhere right around here, he's going to disappear. There it is. So he has gone off the screen, and unfortunately, I think he may have just lost connection. I don't know if his internet just gave out or if it was upload packet loss, but one way or another, we may have just lost another driver out of this race. Let's take a look here. So, yeah, Jack Buelty, connection dropped due to upload packet loss. So, unfortunately, Jack Buelty now has fallen into the same fate as we saw Matthew Wood earlier in this race. And Lucas says F. Yeah, that's a fail right there. And Landon Burbage, unfortunately, has manually disconnected. So I believe his day has come to a close here early on in this one, man. A heartbreaker there for Landon Burbage. His day come to a close. For Jack Buelty, we'll keep an eye, see if that 27 ride does get back out there, if he does get rolling again here. But that leaves us now only 10 drivers on the lead lap. 10 drivers still on the lead lap, still in the battle here this evening. Blevins finds himself as the first driver 1 lap down out there on the racetrack, as he's a lap down, scored in 11th. Jason Bogart still with major damage here on the front end of the 17 right now. He is still only, I believe, 1 lap down, but if we stay clean and green here for another 10-15 laps, he could definitely see himself going a lap down again here, as our race leader is less than half a lap away from starting to put him a 2nd lap down out there on the racetrack. Jack Buelty no longer out there for Thaddeus Friel Jr. This is another position potentially for Friel to pick up, for Zach Clater to pick up back there, and for Holloman as well, who had just leapfrogged Landon Burbage. As Burbage down pit road here now for Nicholas Wheeler. It's another spot for this 5 ride as well. What could have been an early day and a tough exit for the replacement driver for Xavier Rungle Brunk. He sticks with it, keeps on battling, keeps on racing, even though he is, 14, 15 laps down, man. He is not giving up. He is still rolling, still strolling, and still gaining some positions as more and more drivers drop out of this feature event. As Colby Wells, though, out in front, leading the charge, as Greg Dyer says, keep charging, Trevor. Running a good strategic race. Bide your time. A lot of laps left to go. Yes, sir. Says, good job, Thaddeus, Clater, Holloman, Wheeler. Never quit. Keep charging. Keep charging. Ronnie says, what's going on with everybody's internet? This is the most I've seen. I think it's only about 3 drivers. Is it 3? I think only 2. I think Jax ran into internet connection issues here where he got removed due to upload packet loss, and I believe the other was Matthew Wood. So I think only Wood and Bulte, I think, have, ran into upload packet loss issues here this evening. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're the only 2 that have. I believe for Austin Thompson, Michael Ponder Jr., Logan Perriman, Jaden Browder, Landon Burbage, they have all exited this race due to damage and obviously having so much repairs on their race cars. I think their days have come to an early end due to those issues themselves on track. I believe for Bulte and for Wood, their issues have been, internet and or iRacing or just their systems not being able to handle, a longer race, a demanding race like this one here this afternoon, as we're at 160 laps here. I mean, 160 laps down, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even halfway. This is a long race. I hope you guys got your popcorn. I hope you guys are ready for a long show here this evening now, as more and more drivers kind of exit the race and we inch closer and closer to that halfway marker, towards that 70-75% of the way through this race. More and more drivers may be done. We may have more connection issues. We may have more chaos where more drivers may end up heavily damaged and out of this race. Things will get spread out. Things will open up. More green flag laps will be laid down, and it'll be a lot easier for these drivers to kind of click off some good green flag laps out there on the racetrack as the night goes on. Is Mr. Fletcher in the chat? What's good, Fletcher? Fletcher in the house, coming in, showing the love here in this one with the Let's Go babies in the chat. Let's go, brother. Let's go, Mr. Fletcher, coming in, showing the love here this evening as, and 162 laps down, 163 that time by the start-finish line for Colby Wells. He's got about 2.5 seconds between himself and our second-place driver, Joseph Smith. Aiden Lucas there in third. Trent Johns back in fourth. And then we do see Trevor Dyer up inside our top 5. As Applegate has fallen back to 6. Ryan Haller's there in 7th. Evan Stewart, Lucian Thompson, and Michael Boyles round out the top 10 here on the Speedway. Stephen Blevins still in the lucky dog position. Still first driver 1 lap down. Hoping to try to catch a quick caution flag. Get himself right back into the battle here this evening. Jason Bogart also still 1 lap down. Hoping that he can stay 1 lap down and hope that he could potentially try to catch a lucky dunk here in a yellow or 2. But unfortunately, there's a lot of damage on this 17 ride. He's definitely struggled here this evening. Has ran into a few issues, and just to be only 1 lap down right now is quite surprising. But for the Flex Steel ride, he is not super far away from potentially losing another lap. Is our race leader Colby Wells dang near on the same straightaway, I would call it same straightaway now, as that number 17, and could potentially put Bogart 2 laps down. As here we go, battle for second. Aiden Lucas racing his way back on the lead lap now, racing his way back towards the front here. And for the Miller Lite, number 34 ride works his way now into position number 2. We'll see if he can chase down that 45 of Colby Wells and see if he can put himself back out in front of the field here. See if he can try to pick up maybe our second stage win of the day in his second stage win of the day, as he picked up stage win number 1 here this evening. As oh no, woo, baby, that was a close call right there, Greg, as Trevor Dyer super loose at a corner number 2 right there. Big save down that back straightaway. This thing was sideways here this evening. Let's take a look at it. Let's play it back and see how sideways he had gotten us. Out of 2 right there. Woo! Big save. Luckily enough, able to catch it, able to keep it pointed the right direction right there. Avoids any major contact or damage, and able to keep that 64 ride alive here this evening. A little while longer, at least for now, but out in front, it's still this 45 ride of Colby Wells. Wells has about 3.1 seconds between himself and Aiden Lucas. Lucas trying to reel him in as he's already navigated his way through our top 10, through that top 5, and now chasing down our race leader. Joseph Smith rolls there in 3rd. Trent Johns, big run here for Johns as well. Johns and Lucas were both down pit road back on lap 143. So they may have a bit of an advantage. It may be tires, it may be fuel. There may be something that may give them that extra little bit of an edge here throughout this run, and we'll see how that plays out for them. But you do see Dyer back there in 5th, Applegate's in 6th, Haller 7th, Evan Stewart in position number 8, trying to reel right into those guys. So you see Applegate get up into the corner 2 fence right there, and all of a sudden down the Boeing back straightaway, Ryan Haller gets an opportunity to drive down to his inside, looking to try to steal this top spot from that 57, not the top spot, but the 6th spot from the 57 ride of Applegate here this evening. And there it is. He makes that pass down the front straightaway. So move Haller back up and into the 6th position. Applegate continuing to kind of fall backwards here throughout this run. Applegate still sliding here. Now quickly sees Evan Stewart right there, looking to his back bumper, looking to try to make a move around this 57 ride. Is now, here we go, Applegate. Looks like he's hitting pit road. Green flag pit stop here for the 57. Looks like the 64 going to come down pit side as well. You got to watch your speed. Do not want to get a pit road speeding penalty as, oh no, Nicholas Wheeler. Wheeler's back down pit road here. Looks like he's got damage again on the 5 ride. Does he run into issues here again? Looks like damage on the front end. Oh, no. Oh, no. So this is our race leader right here with him. This is a little while ago, and yeah, Wells all over his back bumper, and I don't know if there was contact or what was going on right there, but unfortunately here, for Zay's driver, his substitute here this afternoon, things have just not gone to plan, and I believe there is contact right there, 45 of Wells. Big run out of 2, gets into his right rear right there and virtually kind of gives him a huge shove, washes that car up the racetrack. He tags the outside fence, washes back down into the infield fence. Really, really big hit there. The left front of that 5 ride. Lots of damage there for Wheeler, and unfortunately, he is back down pit side, and it could be a very extended trip down pit road. But we see Applegate, we did see Trevor Dyer, both hit pit road right there, making these green flag pit stops at lap 171. Now we'll see how this plays out for them and see if that can potentially work them maybe into a stage win here this evening. I think everybody, even those drivers that pitted back on lap 143, will have to make at least 1 green flag stop here if this does go clean to the end of stage number 2, as we still have quite a few laps down across the line. They'll complete lap number 175. So 175 laps down. We do have, 55 laps left to go here in stage number 2. And it's Colby Wells who's got the race lead, but that 3-second lead that he had built up, it's gone. 3 seconds erased in an instant in that 34 ride of Aiden Lucas right there with him. Lucas in position number 2 and now looking to try to get after this number 45 ride of Colby Wells for the race lead, and taking a big run down to the inside here. Wells going to try to battle with him, but the 34 ride is looking super strong right now. Going to get the run down through corner number 2, and he will take that race lead back away from Colby Wells. So Wells falls to second. Aiden Lucas now out in front. So Lucas takes the race lead back away from the 45 right of Colby Wells here this evening. Move Wells back to second. Smith, unfortunately, still about 2.5 seconds back behind this battle in that third position. Trent Johns, Ryan Haller are top 5. Evan Stewart, Lucian Thompson, and Michael Boyles rounding out our top 8 here. He is currently the last driver on the lead lap out there on the racetrack. So Boyles in 8th. Applegate is now the first driver 1 lap down. If there is a caution flag, he will get the free pass. He will get the lucky dog back on the lead lap. I'm sure we would see Trevor Dyer able to take the wave around. Unfortunately, would be at a loss of track position and would be a loss of kind of tires there as well. He would be at a disadvantage tire-wise after, the top 8 get to make green flag pit stops, but he could still be on the lead lap, still be very much in the battle here this evening. Unfortunately for Blevins, if there is an untimely caution flag before the end of this wave of green flag pit stops, Blevins no longer in that free pass position. That may keep him trapped a lap down a little while longer here this evening. Same with Jason Bogart, but I believe for Bogart, he has now fallen 2 laps down as Aiden Lucas, our race leader, has worked their way around him, putting him 2 laps down out there on the speedways. Now we do see Zach Clater in the zero ride. He's hitting pit road, trying to get this beautiful Ranger machine fixed up and cleaned up and some fresh tires onto it and ready to roll back up there on the speedway. Holloman still out there battling. So is Thaddeus Friel Jr., who finds himself about 9 laps down out there on the racetrack, just sticking with it. Wheeler's still down pit road, having the crew go to work as he scored back in the 16th position right now. And unfortunately, I believe now we're up to 7 drivers that are done for the day, including Jack Bulty there. Heartbreaker there for Jack as, connection dropped due to upload packet loss. And I believe, he has not loaded back in. So for Jack Bulty, may have ran into internet connection issues. Maybe alt F4 and just exited the race. But I'm not too sure on what happened there exactly for him. But we do see Colby Wells hitting pit road. So our second place driver jumps down pit side, looks to make this green flag pit stop here himself. See if he can get a little bit of an advantage with tires, having a little longer run out there with the fresh set. May be able to take advantage of it, roll a little farther forward. But really, tire wear, honestly, tire wear is not taking a huge effect here this afternoon. Maybe a second of tire fall off over kind of 60, 70 lap run here this afternoon. We haven't really seen super major tire fall off out there on the racetrack, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if that continues on or if maybe it changes a little bit throughout this race, if it gets better or worse for drivers. But obviously, always trying to take advantage of it, see if it can work you a little better position out there on the racetrack as Haller, Lucian Thompson, Michael Boyles all hit pit road now themselves. Applegate, who made the first stop out of our race leaders here under the green flag conditions. See where this kind of puts him out to, because he does leapfrog Colby Wells. So doesn't Trevor Dyer. Wells a little bit farther back behind, about 4 seconds behind Applegate now, and 2.5 seconds behind Trevor Dyer. So that those fresh tires, man, they don't seem like much, but over, 10, 15 laps, 20 laps, they can definitely put you into a really good position out there on the racetrack. Now, the only thing is the downfall for Applegate and Dyer pitting back on lap 171. They were able to leapfrog a few of those drivers, but now they're going to be on the opposite end of it. We should see a lot of these cats reeling them in a quick hurry. So you do see Aiden Lucas now down pit road. So our race leader hits pit lane as Trent Johns consumes the race lead. Evan Stewart currently scored in second. Stewart's still rolling here, but it looks like he is about to come down pit road. I wasn't sure how much longer he could go on fuel as he was last down pit lane on lap 115. So he made it. He's going to complete lap 186. So, that is 70 laps of racing action. I mean, there was a few yellow flags in there, so maybe about 70 laps or so to a fuel run, and we'll see if these guys can stretch it even farther than that, but obviously somewhere around that 65, 70 laps seems to be kind of the fuel mileage for most of these drivers here this evening. And for Trent Johns, he was last down pit road during the caution flag at lap 143, so he could potentially keep on rolling here for another 20, 25 laps out there on the racetrack before heading back down pit lane here himself. So we'll keep an eye on the M&M's machine, but all that track position, all that battling for Grant Applegate, Trevor Dyer, they were able to leapfrog Colby Wells, but Aiden Lucas makes his stop and comes out in front of them. So Aiden Lucas still ahead of Applegate, still ahead of Dyer here. Wells a little farther back there, scored currently right now in that 5th position. Smith back a little bit behind them in 6th. Levins, Haller, Michael Boyles, Lucian Thompson, our top 10. Evan Stewart scored back in 11th with Jason Bogarts there in position number 12. But for Trent Johns, sticking with it, he is the current race leader, and everyone else right now is currently a lap down. So if he could get lucky, catch a caution flag right here, he could really trap a bunch of these drivers back behind him here, and he can play it really, really interesting here as well. I mean, to really throw a wrench into a lot of these drivers' game plans is stay out right here. If there's a caution flag, he still has, 20, 25 laps probably worth of fuel, if not maybe even a little bit more. A yellow flag, maybe he tries to stretch it to the end of this stage, but if he doesn't pit, obviously we'd see one lucky dog go to Aiden Lucas. Everyone else would be trapped still a lap down. So Applegate, Wells, Smith, all these drivers would be trapped a lap down, but doesn't look like he's going to wait any longer. He dips down to the infield, and he will hit pit road as this will cycle through the green flag pit stops here for all of these drivers. But out in front, it's gonna be Aiden Lucas. The next time by will reconsume the race lead, and Lucas will continue on as our race leader here in stage number 2. Is 190 laps down. It's only 40 more laps left to go here in stage number 2 here this evening. Lap 230 is the end of our second stage on the day here, and I believe right here, clicking off lap 190-ish area, I mean, that puts us a little over the halfway marker here in this race. We're a little bit beyond it. We're starting to roll through, I think, the second half of this race. Not by much, but by a little bit. I think what our halfway marker would have been lap 182 and a half, 182 and a half, somewhere in there, would have put us at the halfway marker. So we're about 10 laps past our halfway point here this evening. Still a lot of laps left to go this afternoon. Still a lot of laps, a lot of time to duke it out here this evening, and still one more stage to play here today, and that's some more big points, some more big opportunities for all of our drivers that are still into it. But unfortunately for a lot of our front runners, have ran into some major issues here in our first chase race of the season. For Smith, still rolling nicely, came into this race as the points leader. He's already earned some stage points, looking to earn some more stage points here in stage number 2. Trying to cap off a good solid night and kind of stretch out maybe a little bit of that points lead between himself and a lot of these drivers. Now for Applegate, he's had a pretty solid run here this afternoon as well. For Applegate, I believe he's earned some stage points. He's in line to get a little bit more here. See if he can kind of finish off the day with a solid evening. Unfortunately for Jordan Fisher, not here again this afternoon. For Matthew Wood, I mean, had a great start, won the pole. Unfortunately, after going a lap down and falling farther and farther back and not really getting a chance to get that lap back, he has taken himself out of this race. And for Mr. Wood, does find himself, unfortunately, scored back at about the 19th position. So Fisher, Wood, both going to fall back. Applegate may potentially fall back even farther here as well. Keep an eye on that. Xavier Rugglebrugge had a substitute driver in Nicholas Wheeler here this evening, and unfortunately for Wheeler, he's also ran into some problems here. A couple big hits there for the National Guard. Ryan down pit side, scored back in 16th. So that's our 5th place driver not having the best of runs here today. Then we take a look at our 6th place driver in the point standings coming into this race. Unfortunately, that is Jaden Browder, who ran into early issues, early damage. He scored back in 20th. Our 7th place driver, Jack Buelte, had a good solid run, led some laps here this evening. He's out of this race, scored back in 17th. Our 8th place driver, Evan Stewart. Evan's still rolling out there, still looking strong here on the lead lap. Scored here in 9th, just in behind this 60 rider, Ryan Haller right now. So Stewart could definitely leapfrog quite a few drivers, go from 8th in the point standings, maybe up inside our top 5, maybe even a little farther and closer to, our top 3 here in the point standings after our first playoff race of the season. Colby Wells right in that picture frame as well. As the 45 ride came into this race, scored in about the, oh no, Applegate's ran into issues again, and for the 57 ride, he goes around. The caution flag comes out right around lap number 200 here this evening. But let's take a look here, see what happens. Applegate had already earned a couple of his Darlington stripes. And down at a corner number 2 right here, gets a little loose. Fortunately, car starts to go around on him, slides it down at a corner number 2, sideways down the back straightaway. Finally comes to rest, and as he gets rolling back out onto the racing surface there, just far enough forward that they call it the racing line, and he's still sideways, so the caution flag does fly right there. So the yellow flag does come back out here this evening. So for Applegate, running into more issues, you do see that pretty solid right front damage on that 57 ride. We'll see how that affects his drive here throughout the rest of this race. And I believe potentially Jason Bogart may be in line here for the lucky dog. We'll keep an eye on it as Bogart is currently scored, I believe, only 1 lap down still. I mean, this is quite impressive that he was still only 1 lap down. Okay, so he did not pit throughout that run. He was last down pit lane on lap 143. He did not pit. So that put him back to 1 lap down. It leapfrogged him over Stephen Blevins, who pitted back on lap 194. Blevins was in line for that lucky dog up until about 4 laps prior to this caution flag. When he made that pit stop, it allowed Jason Bogarts to leapfrog him into that lucky dog position. Bogart gets it and finds himself back on the lead lap, scored any lap. If unfortunately for Blevins, he'll stay scored a lap down out there on the speedway. As we do see a few drivers hit pit lane, including Applegate, including Evan Stewart, Aiden Lucas, who was our race leader, also down pit side here. Trevor Dyer, Ryan Haller, Lucian Thompson, all down pit road, getting some repairs and changes to their race cars and ready to roll back out there as we get ready to go back to green flag battle. And here this evening, it's Colby Wells who's got the top spot. 200 laps are down, though. Still 165 laps left to go, but still plenty more opportunities for drivers to try to work themselves into the hunt here at the front this afternoon. As Wells, Smith, Trent Johns are top 3. We did see Michael Boyles end up back down pit road here himself. Trevor Dyer, Haller, Lucian Thompson, Aiden Lucas, all able to get out of the pits prior to that pace car. Jason Bogart also strolling back out there, going to keep himself on the lead lap. So won't Grant Applegate, as he's been trying to get some of that right front damage repair. Now, Michael Boyles down pit road, he has earned a black flag. Now, I'm not sure what this black flag may be for. Maybe entering a closed pit road. That may just be a start at the rear of the field penalty. We'll keep an eye on that black flag on the 05 ride and see where that kind of lines him up here. We get ready to go back to green flag racing. Our race leaders are door to door. They're ready to get back after it. A lot of these other drivers are still trying to catch up, still trying to reel their way to the back end of this field here. There's Trevor Dyer. He's able to catch up. Here comes Haller. Here comes Boyles. Looks like Boyles going to roll right around Haller. I don't know how that one works with Boyles making a pit stop a lap after all these drivers. I don't know why he's moving up into 5th. An interesting one. Nonetheless, here we go. Back to green flag racing. We'll see what the penalty may be for this number 5 ride as the black flag is still on the 0-5, but the... Oh, no. Holloman's going to run into more issues. Caleb, hang on to it, brother. Let's take a look back here as our race leaders are coming. He was coming out of the pits as we are getting back to green flag racing. This could have been really, really bad, chat. This could have been really bad. As Holloman hits those bumps, trying to build that speed down through corner number 2. There he goes around on the back straightaway. Here comes our race leaders just getting back to green flag racing. They're about to stroll right on by him here. Luckily enough, he had gotten that thing pointed back in the right direction, able to keep on rolling out there on the speedway. Does take it right back down pit road, but luckily enough, that does not bring out a caution flag as Colby Wells leads the charge. Smith there in second, and unfortunately here, Michael Boyle's going to have to serve this penalty. Boyles hits pit road here in this one as Scherhaller says, keep it steady. 166 laps to go. Still a lot of laps. Still a lot of racing left here in this one. I mean, it's been 2 hours and 6 minutes since we went green flag racing here. So 2 hours and 6 minutes to kind of complete about 205 laps. So still a lot more laps left to go, but unfortunately here we do see another driver run into issues. That is Michael Boyles having to serve this black flag penalty. He is down pit road, and this is not just a pass-through. It is a hold-in stop penalty here. So he's down pit road right here, and there goes another driver that just ran into an issue. The Alabama van ride of Trevor Dyer trying to keep himself out of trouble all night long. Gets into the fence there through corner number 3 and 4. And then unfortunately loses the rear end there. We've seen that so many times here tonight. The driver into the outside fence through 3 and 4. Getting back onto the throttle. Trying to get a run through 4. Rear end just steps out and around there on the VAN machine. And he goes for a loop-de-loop. Luckily enough, able to get it rolling here again. Back pointing the right direction. And going to keep on battling here this evening, but he does find himself, unfortunately now, scored back in the 10th position. He is currently last car on the lead lap right here, and he is already quite a ways behind our race leader, Colby Wells. As Wells, honestly, not too far away, less than half a lap away from potentially putting that number 64 rider Trevor Dyer a lap down out there on the speedway as well. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that and see if Wells can reel him in here. Blevins hoping not to see that number 64 go a lap down because he wants to stay in this lucky dog position. He wants to earn this lucky dog and get himself back into the battle here today himself. Now Michael Boyles, who is rolling back out on the speedway. Boyles here finds himself, I do believe now, I think he's a couple laps down out there. Just completed lap 206. Our race leaders are about to complete lap 209. I believe, yeah, he is 2 laps down. Potentially could go 3 laps down if Wells can catch him here prior to the end of our second stage. But for Boyles, that puts him a couple laps down with that black flag and in a very, very tough position here this evening. Now, I do believe Zach Clater has also taken his car off the racetrack and potentially out of this race. Wheeler still down pit road here. The number 5 ride. He has not taken it back behind pit wall, but I'm not sure if we're going to see Wheeler back out there. So we currently have 14 drivers still rolling. We technically started with 25 drivers, 14 still rolling there on the racetrack, so that means 11 drivers. Unfortunately, going to get DNFs here this evening. That is absolutely wild. 14 drivers potentially not completing this race, or 11 drivers not completing this race, but we still may have a few more to join them here this evening. Still a little bit more craziness, a little bit more wild action that could unfold here throughout the rest of stage number 2 and our final stage of this race, as Colby Wells out in front, Joseph Smith there in second, Trent Johns, Aiden Lucas, Lucian Thompson there in 5th, Ryan Haller's back in 6th with Evan Stewart, Jason Bogart, Grant Applegate score back in 9th, and Trevor Dyer. Oh, Dyer's around again. Caution flag is out. Dyer's around. He will lose a lap as our race leaders were right there to roll around him. But Trevor Dyer looks like he's going to run into some more issues here. And again, it looks like out of corner number 4, going to run into these problems. So rolling back onto the throttle through 4. Gets a little loose, tries to keep himself out of the fence, has to correct it, and overcorrects. Snap hooks back up the racetrack, up into the outside fence ever so slightly. Does get some damage, though. Does lock it down, goes around. Caution flag does come out. And unfortunately there, for Trevor Dyer, that will now put him a lap down out there on the speedway. As Greg says, Trevor, the wall is not your friend. The wall is definitely not your friend. You're not supposed to hit it. I don't know if they don't know that, but hopefully they do. Hopefully they do. You're not supposed to hit the wall, guys. You're supposed to keep yourself out of the fence. That is the thing. That is the thing. You're supposed to keep yourself out of the wall. But unfortunately there for Trevor, does go around, does lose a lap here. We'll see if Blevins can get the lucky dog back at least another lap, I believe. He may even get the wave around right here. Xana says, come on, number 5, do it for the team. She says, do it for the team, as there goes Stephen Blevins. Looks like Blevins will get the wave around, but I believe he is still scored maybe a couple laps down, actually. Yeah, our leaders are on lap 214. He is now on lap 212. So he is now officially only 2 laps down here. For Trevor Dyer, he will stay a lap down, but he should stay in the lucky dog position with our stage not too far away. Still up for grabs there for him, as you do see Applegate's down pit road, Haller's down pit lane here. Same with Evan Stewart, as they're all getting some repairs done. So is in the 17 machine of Jason Bogart, as he'll get his car fixed up and hoping to kind of get himself back into 100% and back into the battle here this evening. But for Colby Wells, he's out in front. We'll have one more restart to have to deal with, as we'll get a quick word in from our sponsors over at KS Woodscapes. KK Woodscapes.
Here it.
Alrighty, here we go. Back to Green Flag Racing. It's the Green Flag quickly back out here this evening. Green flag flies in quickly. You see that 45 of Colby Wells able to get a great launch, great jump, keeps that 31 right at Joseph Smith. Back there at bay, as Smith will try to reel him in, try to hunt him down out there on the speedway. Does scrape the fence right there, earns a little bit of a Darlington stripe, and we did see during that restart, looked like Applegate had ran into another issue here. Take a look back, see what happened. So Applegate's trying to get rolling. Does run into a bit of an issue himself. We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe comes to a stop on the back straightaway. Blinks for quite a little bit right there, but does come to a stop there on the back stretch. And unfortunately for Applegate, he does lose a lap down pit road here. So Applegate also a lap down out there on the speedway. And unfortunately here, for that number 57 ride, he is not in the lucky dog spot. The lucky dog currently belongs to the 64 Trevor Dyer. Currently scored in that 9th position. Dyer in line here to get the lucky dog, to get himself back on a lead lap and back into the battle here this evening. Blevins, second car in line for the lucky dog here this evening, and Applegate now scored 3rd in line. Michael Boyles, unfortunately 2 laps down, scored there in 12th with Thaddeus Friel Jr. about 9 laps down here, scored there in 13th. Caleb Holloman finds himself, I don't even know, 22 laps down, scored there in 14th. Zach Clater, unfortunately, done for the day. So looks like Clater's gone, Wheeler's gone, Bulte's gone, Burbage done. Matthew Wood, Jaden Browder, Logan Perriman, Michael Potter Jr., Austin Thompson, Nick Jensen, and Jaden Porter all done early here this evening. Unfortunately, for a lot of these drivers, their nights will not continue. We started 25, had 25 drivers loaded into the sim, currently only 14 still roll out there on the speedway, and I believe for Nicholas Wheeler, he has taken his car down behind pit wall and officially out of this race. As Colby Wells, though, continues to hold on to the race lead. Wells out in front. It's Aiden Lucas trying to reel him in. Lucas in position number 2. Can he make some moves here in the final 9 laps of stage number 2? As only our second stage is about to come to a close. We still got a ton of racing left here this evening. Still a lot of time for drivers to make some moves, make something happen, and try to put together a good, solid effort here this evening. Easier said than done, though. This is a tough racetrack. It is the Lady in Black, a track that is too tough to tame. And here this evening, a lot of drivers finding out that it is a very, very tough racetrack. And unfortunately, quite a few tore up race cars, and unfortunately, quite a few early exits for a lot of our competitors here this evening. But for right now, it's Colby Wells out in front. He's looking to tame the Lady in Black here this evening. But Aiden Lucas won our first stage here. He's right in line to try to work his way around this number 45 ride. See if he can maybe steal another stage win right here. See if he can work his way around that 45 ride. Steal this stage win. Put himself into a really, really good position moving forward here in this race. And in these playoffs, man, it's to be a huge swing for that 34 ride. I think it's a huge swing as well for Wells. Came into this back in 9th in the point standing. Stage win, good solid finish here this evening. Could definitely leapfrog him forward. I mean, Haller's in line to jump forward. You look at Aiden Lucas, could definitely gain a ton of points here this evening. Even Jason Bogart, who's ran into a slew of issues himself here this evening, currently scored in position number 8. Could gain a ton of points here and work himself from 16th here in the chase, coming into our first chase race. Quite a bit farther forward here, as so many of our playoff drivers have unfortunately ran into issues here, and some major issues here this afternoon. Fisher did not show up here tonight. He is not racing, I guess, here in these playoffs, so no Fisher. He's going to fall down. Wood, tough run. He's done for the night. He's out of this race. Xavier Ruggle-Broggy, unfortunately, his substitute driver ran into early issues, ran into more issues. He is done. That was Nicholas Wheeler, done for the day. Jaden Browner ran into problems. Major damage on the 11 ride. He's done for the day. Connection issues for Jack Bulte. He is done for the day. That is 5 drivers out of our top 7 that have ran into problems. Actually, yeah, I mean, really, 5 out of the top 7 have ran into problems and either are not in this race or all of them are no longer in this race any longer, but most of them all of them outside of our top 15. The only ones that are inside our top 15 and still racing in this race is Grant Applegate, who now finds himself a lap down here in a bit behind the 8 ball right now, and then Joseph Smith, who came in as the points leader, rolling in 3rd here, just having himself a good solid day at the speedway, sitting pretty here in 3rd. I mean, could come out of this with a pretty massive points lead between himself and, potentially Grant Applegate or maybe Evan Stewart. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how far forward those drivers can jump, because you look at our top 10, Burbage unfortunately ran into problems. Evan Stewart still rolling out there on the lead lap, and so isn't Colby Wells, who's currently our race leader and looking to try to win this stage. Wells out in front here. Only one lap left to go in stage number 2. So for the 45 run, could leapfrog quite a bit. Austin Thompson's ran into problems. Haller still rolling out there. He's 4th here in this stage. Could be a huge point stay for Haller to jump inside our top 10 in point standings. Aiden Lucas came into this 13th. He's in line to get some good stage points. Even Blevins, who's a lap down, currently scored in 10th, could come out of it with some stage wins as Colby Wells lead us across the line. Finish off our second stage of the day. Colby Wells picks up the stage win here in stage number 2. So Wells gets the stage dub. He's sitting pretty here. Got some major points right there for himself. Same with Aiden Lucas. Joseph Smith will say thank you very much, boys. Even though he comes 3rd, he should still gain quite a few points on the rest of our chase drivers here, and more than likely will extend his points lead over the rest of the field. Haller there in 4th, earned some pretty solid points, probably enough to maybe even leapfrog him into our top 10 here in the point standings. Trent Johns, unfortunately, non-playoff driver. Same with Lucian Thompson. Evan Stewart scored there in 7th. He'll take those extra points. So won't Jason Bogart, who came in 16th in our chase. He was home 8th there in that stage. Trevor Dyer, non-playoff driver. Blevins came into this 14th in the point standings. He'll take those major points there, coming home with at least a little bit of points in that second stage as well. Unfortunately, Applegate, no stage points for him. And none of our other playoff drivers are earning stage points out there on the racetrack. Pretty crazy. I mean, it's just been a crazy night. Some of the guys that you expected to be there kind of all night long and kind of in position to earn a ton of points here this afternoon. You know, there was a lot of guys that I really thought would have been right in the mix, right in the battle pretty much all evening, trying to, make the right moves, the right calls at the right time, and trying to potentially come away with some really solid points here this evening. Unfortunately, they have ran into a slew of issues, which has been pretty wild. I mean, if you would have told me at the start of this race that, we'd see Jack Bulty, we'd see Wheeler, we'd see Burbage, we'd see Wood, Browder, Austin Thompson, I mean, right there, I mean, just in this race, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our playoff drivers all done for the day here this afternoon. 2, unfortunately, were not here this afternoon. So, really, 8 of our playoff drivers not having really their runs or good runs at all here this evening. And unfortunately, early days here at the Speedway, man, is definitely never a fun thing. And to make things really, really fun. That's going to make things really interesting going forward here, as we do see Caleb Holloman now down pit road here. It looks like he's got some more damage to the 77 ride. Now, unfortunately for Holloman, this is prior to the end of the stage. Let's take a look back here at the 77 ride as out of corner number 4, loses the rear end, shoots down the racetrack, hard hit into the infield fence there, slides down across the start-finish line here. That was at the end of our stage, and unfortunately didn't bring out a caution flag again for the 77 ride. It may have just ended his night there. That was a huge hit, tons of damage on that 77 ride. He may be down pit road for the rest of the evening. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get back out there. So that's our potential 14th place driver down on the day, and another one out of this race. Potentially our 12th driver to earn a DNF here this evening. Crazy. But here we go. Back to battle. Aiden Lucas won the race out of pit road. He has control of this restart here at Darlington. Gets a great launch, great jump in, quickly back onto the throttle and rolling smoothly back down through corner number 1. Colby Wells right there behind him with Joseph Smith and Trent Johns, our top 4. Lucian Thompson rolls there in 5th with Ryan Haller back in that 6th position. Evan Stewart rolls in position number 7. Trevor Dyer back in 8th, and Jason Bogart rounds out our top 10. Bogart scrapes the outside fence there ever so slightly, able to keep it pointing in the right direction. Keeps on battling here this evening, as I believe Stephen Blevins Still a lap down, currently sits in the lucky dog position, but he does have that 0-5 of Michael Boyles right there on his back bumper here. Boyles also a lap down, trying to work his way potentially into that lucky dog position, as he did take a wave, did not pit there during that stage break for the 0-5 ride. So he could be at a disadvantage tires-wise here, and may work out for him, may hurt him here. We'll see how this plays out for that 0-5 machine, but we do see Applegate a little farther back there in 12th. Not in the free pass position, but currently scored in position number 12. Currently third car, 1 lap down. Thaddeus Friel Jr. still multiple laps down, scored back in 13th. Caleb Holloman down pit road. Could be potentially done here today and out of this race after about 207 laps of racing action for the 77 ride. But out in front, it's the 34 of Aiden Lucas, who continues to lead the charge here as Jason Bogart running into more issues here, man. We've seen Bogart do this quite a few times here this evening. Through corner number 4. This time avoids the fence, but loses the rear end. Tries to save it. Overcorrects. Snap hooks up into the outside fence. Noses it in there. Earns a little bit more right front damage on that 17 ride. The crew's been working on it non-stop here over the last couple hundred laps, and unfortunately looks like that work is going to continue, and everything that they may have already done may have just been undone right there from that slide from the 17 and back up into that outside fence. So unfortunately for Jason Bogart, still going to have that damage, still going to have to need a few more caution flags and a few more opportunities to try to work his way back towards the lead lap here this evening. Or he's still on the lead lap, but back really into the battle here. And there is the caution flag. Oh no, yellow flag will fly. I don't know what this one was for, but the caution is back out. Evan Stewart may run into issues here. And someone back behind these guys. Who was that? Oh, yeah, there it is. I think that's Michael Boyles. Yeah, Boyles right here. And just kind of losing the rear end. Battling hard here with Grant Applegate. Him and Applegate get a little contact in there, and it just looks like the 0-5 kind of loses the rear end there. As he starts to lose that rear end, he's trying to catch it, trying to save it here, and unfortunately, he's going to end up going sideways. And as he does, nowhere to go for Trevor Dyer. Dyer's going to get a piece of him right about there. It's the 0-5, hits the outside fence, and unfortunately, that will bring us back under the caution flag. Luckily enough for that Toyota, John 316 and number 0-5, right on Michael Boyles. Not crazy damage there for that 0-5 ride. So, luckily enough, should keep him in the battle here this evening. But now, honestly, more pit stops. We see Dyer's down pit road trying to get some repairs done. Same with Bogart. Blevins is back down pit road. Now, I do believe for Blevins, he may have gotten the lucky dog. The free pass back on the lead lap. We'll have to wait and see if he does lose it down pit road here, making this stop, or if he's able to get out in front of our race leaders here when we go back to green flag racing. Now, Boyles was down pit road himself, getting that 0-5, a little bit of damage repaired, trying to work his way back into the battle here this evening. Applegate also down pit road. An extended period of time here for Applegate, trying to get this 57 ride fixed up and back into the battle here this evening. Thaddeus Friel Jr. down pit side. More damage repair there for him. Here comes Blevins. He's able to get rolling right there. Here comes Dyer as well. So Blevins, Evan Stewart, Trevor Dyer, a bunch of these drivers coming back into the pits here. I believe Jason Bogart and Applegate both able to exit pit road right there just in front of our race leaders, and they will keep themselves very much in the battle here this evening. Obviously for Bogart, that'll keep him on the lead lap. For Applegate, that'll keep him still 1 lap down, but still in a decent position, as Michael Boyles is in the lucky dog position here. So for Boyles, he's in a pretty decent spot. Another caution flag. Could earn himself another wave around, another free pass back on lead lap, and back into the hunt to the front here this evening, as we'll get them all ready to rock and roll, ready to rumble here once again as a 141 laps down and completed here this evening. Still a lot of laps left to go. Still a lot of chaos and carnage to unfold here this evening. Here we go. Nice and easy, down through corner 3, and out at corner number 4, as Greg Dyer says, shake that one off, Trevor. Get it fixed. Still looking good. Still looking good. Still running good. As long as you're still out there, as long as the 4 tires are still on your car and they're pointing in the right direction, you got a shot here this evening. With how crazy this one's been, as our top 3 nose to tail quickly down through 1 and 2, as here comes Trent Johns looking to try to make it too wide out of corner number 2. A lot of times that does not play out very nicely on these restarts. Luckily enough, they stay single file. They're out of 2 and no major contact, no major issues. Everyone's able to keep their cars pointing the right direction. But Aiden Lucas trying to hold off Colby Wells. Wells looking to try to work his way back out in front. He wants this race lead. He wants to stay in front of that 34 of Aiden Lucas. But Lucas says, nuh-uh, I do not want to give it up. He's got it late in this race. The car has been repaired and worked on, and he's got this Miller Lite ride in a really good position and hoping to try to keep himself here at the front of the field, potentially for the rest of this race. They click off lap number 244 here this evening, and right now the 45 ride sitting in position number 2, trying to get after this 34 machine, hoping to try to steal back the race lead here in our final stage of the evening. Joseph Smith there in 3rd. Trent Johns hangs on to 4th. Lucian Thompson up and into 5th. Evan Stewart rolls there in 6th with Stephen Blevins. Trevor Dyers back in 8th. Ryan Haller now scored there in 9th. As unfortunately for Haller, falling back a little bit there throughout that run. He's now got Jason Bogart there to his outside, and it looks like Bogart will make that pass and work his way in the 9th. Haller will fall back into 10th. Michael Boyles, first driver, 1 lap down, currently scored in 11th, with Applegate also a lap down there in 12th. Thaddeus Friel Jr. is in 13th, and unfortunately it looks like potentially Ryan Haller running into some issues. Haller's been doing so good all day long, and all of a sudden things go the wrong way here for the 60 ride. Pushes up the racetrack there out of corner number 2, and as he does, Jason Bogart is there on his outside. Slams into the door of the 17. Bogart gets a piece of the fence. The 60 ride goes for a loop-de-loop. Does make some pretty solid right rear damage into that infield safer barrier. We'll have to wait and see how much damage is actually on that 60 ride. But he goes for that spill. No caution flag. It stays clean and green. So luckily enough for everyone else, it stays green flag racing. Unfortunately for Haller there, he's going to lose a lot of track position and a lot of time here through this lead pack, and hoping now to try to keep himself just on a lead lap here for a little while. Catch another break with another caution flag and be able to get that car repaired back into the battle and keep himself on the lead lap and in the fight here all night long. Oh no, there goes our points leader. Around goes the 31 of Joseph Smith. There's the caution flag that Haller may have needed, but Smith goes around at a corner number 4. And our point leader here to start these playoffs, trying to make a move around Aiden Lucas. It's a good run. Drives it deep down through corner 3 and 4, just on the exit of 4 though. Gets up the track, gets into the door of the 34, and that's just going to take him sideways. Luckily enough, great piece of driving there to keep himself really out of the fence right there. That could have been a whole lot worse for this 31 ride. I think he probably thought the same thing right about here. I think he's saying, oh no, my night is done. I'm hitting that wall. I'm destroying this race car and game over. But luckily enough, he gets that wheel crank quick enough, loops it around, and it'll just keep it spinning here through the bottom half of the front straightaway, but finally does come to a rest. But luckily enough, no major damage or really any damage at all for that 31 machine. So he'll lose some track position, but able to keep himself very much in the hunt here this evening, as we do see 45 ride Colby Wells going to stay out right here. This is a bit of a surprise. So Wells stays out. Everyone else hits pit road. So they complete lap number 250. 250 laps down. Now, I do believe it is, 115 laps left to go. So 250 down, 115 left here in this feature event. Actually, no, it's 117 left here in this feature event. So not quite there, but 117 laps left to go here in this race. So still a lot of laps, a lot of time. A lot of tough battle in here for all of these drivers. As Wells stays out, will keep the race lead. We did see Michael Boyles get the lucky dog in the free pass back on the lead lap. Therefore, that Impact 05 ride. For Colby Wells, though, stays out in front. Blevins now scored in second. He stays out there as well. Trent Johns now scored in third with Aiden Lucas back in fourth. Evan Stewart's there in fifth. Lucian Thompson and Joseph Smith round out our top seven. Trevor Dyer scored back in eighth. He's still down pit road, getting repairs done to the 64 ride. Here he comes rolling back out onto the speedway. So does Ryan Haller and Michael Boyles there as he gets steamrolling back out there. We'll take a look. There's that 17 at Jason Bogart, able to keep himself on a lead lap. Still trying to get more damage repair done to that 17 ride. So isn't Applegate there in 12th. And now for Applegate, he will find himself now as the first driver one lap down out there on the speedway. So he's the first driver one lap down. I mean, if we see a few more caution flags, if we see, maybe not a few more big wrecks or more just, single car spins, no major damage, but enough to bring out some caution flags here, we could see, Thaddeus Friel Jr. I mean, he's only one or two cautions away from starting to earn some lucky dogs himself here and inching his way back to the lead lap. I mean, he is currently 10 laps down, but I mean, stranger things have happened. I mean, there is potentially a picture that he does earn those points late in this race and earns those laps back and somehow works his way right back into the hunt to the front here this evening as the VAN machine rolls currently right now 13th. Last driver still rolling out there on the speedway back in that 13th position. Unfortunately, only 13 remain after 25 starting this race as Colby Wells out in front, leading the charge there. Big restart, great launch for that 45 ride, and now looking to try to keep Trent Johns, Aiden Lucas, and the rest of this field back there behind him. Is nice and easy down and out of corner number 4, back across the line. He'll click off another lap here at the beautiful Darlington Raceway, the Lady in Black as they call it here this evening for the Wheel to Wheel Racing League as these drivers continue to put on a great show for us here this evening. Some great racing, some great battling out there on the speedways. You do see Joseph Smith trying to race his way back towards the front. So is it Aiden Lucas as he navigates his way around the 8th ride of Trent Johns. Johns, not much there for him. We'll watch that 34 steamroll right on by him. Johns falls back to 3rd. Unfortunately for Blevins, now sits back in position number 4. Joseph Smith there in 5th with Evan Stewart, Michael Boyles. Trevor Dyer's there in 8th. Ryan Haller's back in 9th. Jason Bogart rounding out our top 10 here in this one. Lucian Thompson scored an 11th, and then Applegate, first driver, one lap down, scored there in position number 12. But for Colby Wells, he's out in front, continuing to lead the charge here this evening as the Fish Speed Breaks number 45 ride came here to play this afternoon, Chad. He has looked really, really strong all evening long. He has made some great moves, some great strategy. Able to keep himself, for the most part, out of any major calamities there on the speedway, and able to keep the fenders on this 45 ride pretty much all evening long, and hoping to try to keep it that way here this evening as they roll nice and easy back down the Boeing backstretch here This evening, man, the backstretch is called the Bowling Back Straightaway because it is wide enough to park a 747 on it there. Maybe not long enough, but definitely wide enough, as here they come back at the corner number 4 and across the line. They'll complete lap 157. So 157 laps left to go. No, sorry, 110 laps left to go here. 257 down. 110 left to go here in this one. So still a lot of racing, still a lot of laps left ahead of us here, but we're going to jump back into another really quick Crank It Up presented by Uncle Rodney here this evening. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, crank up that volume and cheer on your favorite drivers. Once again, here this evening is our Crank It Up presented by Uncle Rodney. Alrighty, caution flag is out, and our race leader's having to dodge the traffic right there as it looks like Applegate and Thaddeus Friel Jr. running into issues. More carnage, more damage out there on the racetrack. Let's take a look back, see what happens here as potentially Friel running into issues first. See what happens here. As the 98 ride. And at corner number 4, gets loose, tries to save it, eventually ends up just washing back up the racetrack right there. Applegate sees it, tries to take advantage, tries to get around him. Unfortunately, hole closes up in a quick hurry. That puts both of them up into the outside fence. Pretty solid damage for both the 57 and the 98 as they're stuffed into the outside fence. The 57's trying to get it back in the right direction, trying to get this thing turned here. And unfortunately, all of a sudden, both of them parked here on the front straightaway. And I don't know if they can get going here or not, but our race leaders all of a sudden kind of end up right in the middle of it right there. Luckily enough for Wells and Lucas, they're able to avoid the spun out race cars and able to put themselves in the battle, but the caution flag does come out, and unfortunately I believe that's going to put Applegate now 2 laps down. He will not get the lucky dog because he was a part of that caution flag. Same with Thaddeus Friel Jr. So neither of them will earn a lucky dog out there on the racetrack, but that will give opportunity here for Bogart, Boyles, Blavins, Dyer, all these drivers to try to get some extra repairs done to their race cars, and including the 34 of Aiden Lucas, who's still down pit road here himself. But Applegate's still down pit side, still trying to get his 57 ride fixed up, repaired, and back into at least half-decent position. As, oh, here comes the 31. Joseph Smith going to make an additional pit stop down pit road here. He's also earned a black flag. We saw kind of the same black flag early in this race for Michael Boyles. That kind of put Boyles into a tough position out there. And I think for Boyles, if he doesn't get rolling here, I think he's actually already got another lap down. So Michael Boyles has lost another lap out there on the racetrack. Applegate, he did get rolling, so he stays out in front of the race leaders, but he is still 2 laps down now here on the speedway. Jason Bogart still in the lead lap, so is an Aiden Lucas, even Blavins, Trevor Dyer. But Boyles does lose a lap, and he may be at risk of losing another lap here. Okay, there he goes. He finally gets rolling here, which is great news for the 0-5 ride, but he does lose a lap down pit road here, and we'll have to be looking for another caution flag, another wave around to get back on the lead lap, back into the battle here this evening. For the number 45 of Wells, he's now out and still in front here. He's got Evan Stewart there to his outside, Trent Johns, Lucian Thompson, Ryan Haller, our top 5. Joseph Smith's back in 6. Now Smith does have a black flag still on this number 31. He may have to make a pass-through penalty, which could be a stop-and-go penalty here as well, with a hold of potentially 30 to 45 seconds down pit side. We'll have to wait and see if iRacing does enforce it, and he does have to make this pit stop, as we do see Thaddeus Friel Jr. get into the fence out of corner number 2 right there. And here we go. Smith is heading down pit side, and it looks like for Smith, he makes this pit stop, and Aiden Lucas clobbers the fence. Oh no! They're dropping like flies now, chat. What in the world is... It looks like Thaddeus right here maybe getting into the fence, so he's out of the throttle, does clobber the fence right there. Aiden Lucas, unfortunately, does not realize that, ends up getting a piece of the 98 ride. That helps the VAN machine back into the outside fence, but then the 34 of Aiden Lucas down the Boeing back straightaway here, trying to keep this 34 ride pointing in the right direction. Unfortunately, the damage is already dealt. You see the damage there. See if we can get a look at it here. There is heavy damage on the front end of this 34 ride. He tries to get it down onto the apron here to take it down pit side, but once this contact's made right there, see if we can get another look at it. That right front, you can see it kind of weeble wobbling here. It's already tore apart, and as he sends it into corner number 3, the car just will not turn. And unfortunately, I don't think he realized it in time, or at least couldn't get checked up in time. Here he's way too much speed and momentum into 3, and it just pushes up the track, makes hard contact again with the outside fence that absolutely tears that right side of the number 34 machine apart here. And unfortunately, now down pit road, now getting major repairs done to this Miller Lite number 34 ride. Enough that he could be down there for a very, very long period of time. And it looks like Michael Boyles is also taking his car out of this race. So Boyles is done for the day. Thaddeus Friel Jr. still rolling here, currently scored in 13th, but if Aiden Lucas and Michael Boyles are done for the day, that's another 2 spots he may join or may gain here in this race. He's only about 8 laps away from potentially leapfrogging those 2. Joseph Smith did have to serve that penalty, did have to hit pit road and make that green flag stop with a hold. Now finds himself, I believe, just in front of our race leader, but he is just about 3 laps down here. If Wells can work his way around this 31, it could put Joseph Smith 3 laps down out there on the speedway, which would be an absolute heartbreaker for that 31 ride. Be very, very hard to get those laps back, especially as Applegate is in the lucky dog position here. He is currently 2 laps down. That means he would have to get 2 lucky dogs, 2 wave arounds back on the lead lap, and then Smith would need to get potentially 3 to get back into the battle here this evening. But I mean, even being 3 laps down, so many drivers have ran into such tough issues. He's still inside the top 10. He rolls in the 10th position right here, 3 laps down in this race. We started 25 drivers. I believe, if you don't count Aiden Lucas, who's down pit road, but you see the damage still on this 34 ride. He's going to be down there for a while. Michael Boyles is off the racetrack, out of this race. Aiden Lucas potentially out of this race. Thaddeus Friel Jr. still rolling here in 13th, but I believe there is only 11 drivers still rolling on the racetrack. 11 drivers still rolling on the racetrack. 8 drivers left on the lead lap here this evening. 3 are multiple laps down out there on the racing surface as Colby Wells continues to lead the charge here. Wells out in front now for Smith. Lucky break is that he has pulled away from the 45, and I think Wells is taking a little bit easy here. He knows that Smith was one of his competitors that could have potentially beat him here this evening. Now 2 laps down out there on the racetrack. That takes a whole lot of pressure off the back bumper of that 45 ride. Another driver that was right there with him all night long and in line to potentially beat him here this evening was that 34 of Aiden Lucas, who's now down pit road, now 9 laps down, and I don't think anytime soon coming back out of that pit stall. So for Colby Wells, his 2 toughest competitors, I think, in the closing laps of this feature event throughout that last run were all over his back bumper. Kind of just ran into their own issues and have kind of just taken themselves out of this race. So Wells sitting pretty here now out in front. Not a lot of pressure to his back bumper. It's Evan Stewart who now rolls in position number 2. Trent Johns there in 3rd. Lucian Thompson in position number 4 with Ryan Haller there rounding out our top 5. Trevor Dyer in that 6th position with Stephen Blevins in 7th and Jason Bogart rounding out our top 8 here this evening after 284 laps of racing action, man. This has been a wild one, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a crazy night of racing action, and I kind of expected it to be, honestly. Coming into this one, I knew the Lady in Black was going to be tough for a lot of these drivers. We knew there was going to be some chaos. There was going to be some carnage, but I definitely didn't draw it up to potentially see only 10 cars here at the finish. Is absolutely wild, as Greg says, wow, we could not have 10 cars rolling at the finish. Iron Man Racing. Absolutely Iron Man Racing. And unfortunately, we do see the caution flag come back out as Blevins goes around the Skyline 15 machine. Runs into some issues here himself as it looks like he's going to lose it at a corner number 2. Rear end just slides on him here. Exiting that second corner on the racetrack, does take the outside fence pretty decently there at that right rear, but I don't think too much damage dealt to that 15 ride, but goes for a slide, pointing the wrong direction there. Brings the caution flag out here once again. So another yellow flag, another restart here this evening, and now good news is for Applegate, he may be aligned for the lucky dog. He may get that wave around and at least get a lap back. Unfortunately here, still going to be a lap down, so doesn't help him too much here, and there it is. He does get the wave, able to roll back through the throttle, and this will at least give him another lap here, and now only one lap down out there on the racetrack as Trevor Dyer will hit pit road looking for some repairs on the 64 ride, trying to get his VAN machine fixed up and back into one good solid piece. You also see Jason Bogart also hit pit road, getting some repairs done still to the 17 ride. I mean, for Bogart, this has been a constant thing he's done all night long. Same with the VAN number 98 of Thaddeus Friel Jr. So many of these drivers, man, have been down pit road here all evening long. It's actually been quite wild watching all these drivers have to make all of these pit stops. It has been a absolute wild evening of racing action, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys have been enjoying this racing action and you haven't already, make sure you guys do us a favor, man. Hit the thumbs up button on the broadcast for us right now. Hit that subscribe button. Become part of the Peacemaker family here this evening. And we'll get ready to get right back into the action, right back into the fun here in this one in just a couple more moments as each and every one of these competitors ready to get back after it, ready to get back to duking it out here this evening, as well as our race leader as Evan Stewart there to his outside. Trent Johns on his back bumper there in third. Lucian Thompson and Ryan Haller are top 5 out there on the speedway as Blevins scored back in 6th. Jason Bogart scored in 7th. Trevor Dyers in 8th. Applegate, who's down pit road right here in his last second pit stop in, trying to get a little bit of repairs done to this 57 ride. Now, luckily enough, he is in the lucky dog spot still. After just getting the lucky dog, another caution flag would get him back onto the lead lap, would get him back into the battle here this evening. Unfortunately for Joseph Smith, still 2 laps down, so he needs another yellow to get Applegate back on the lead lap, and then he's going to need a couple yellows to get himself back onto the lead lap here this evening. But for Colby Wells, he's out in front, ready for another big restart here at Darlington. It's nice and easy. Down in at a corner number 4 through that Sunoco restart zone. Here we go. Back to battle here at the Lady in Black. It's Colby Wells, Trent Johns, Evan Stewart. 1, 2, and 3 is a great restart for the M&M's number 8 ride. Able to follow that 45 on that restart. Able to get a good launch and quickly jump up into second there. Great break for Johns. Unfortunately for Evan Stewart, does fall back to third. Lucian Thompson there in 4th, and Ryan Haller rounding out our top 5 here on the speedway. Blevins is there in 6th. Jason Bogart back in 7th. He does have Greg Dyer there with him, and it looks like Dyer will make that pass, so move the Alabama Roll Tide ride of Dyer back up into 7th. Bogart falls to 8th. Applegate, who's now 1 lap down here, battling hard, had just putting some fresh tires onto this 57 ride. We'll see if he can pick and choose and battle his way back up towards the front of the field here, and then bank and hope to see a caution flag to try to get himself back on the lead lap, back into the hunt here this evening. I think Smith is in that same boat. He's hoping to try to work his way up towards the front, wanting to try to put himself back onto the lead lap, but gonna need few lucky breaks to work his way here this evening to try to get himself back into the action. Lucas, unfortunately, still down pit road, has not gotten rolling out there yet. And for the EAN number 98 ride, Thaddeus Friel Jr., who's ran into a slew of issues, has been 11, 12 laps down for majority of this race, or at least for a long part of it. The 98 ride just leapfrogged Michael Boyles and Aiden Lucas. Now finds himself scored in 11th. If one more driver in front of him exits this race early, he could be in line for a top 10 run and still being 11 laps down out there on the speedway. And sure, Holler says, holler, 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 bring it home tonight, she says. Bring it home tonight, as Ryan now scored in position number 4 and looking for more here. That 31 ride there behind him, that is not a lead lap car. That is Joseph Smith after serving his black flag penalty on the last restart. The 31 ride, currently 2 laps down, scored back in that 10th position. So not a pass for position right here, but I think for this 31, he's trying to reel in all of our front runners and hoping to see if he can chase down our race leader, Colby Wells, and race his way back a lap here on the racetrack. I'm not sure if he'll have enough time or enough car to be able to jump up there, catch Colby Wells, and pass him to move himself from 2 laps down to 1 lap down out there on the speedway. If he did, I mean, that would be major for his program and trying to slowly etch his way back into the lead lap and back into the battle here this evening. And I think that would definitely be a key for him to try to slide up there. I mean, he's either going to need 3 caution flags and 3 lucky dogs for Applegate himself twice to get back on the lead lap and back into the battle here this evening. And with those 3 caution flags, he's got to hope that more drivers don't lose a lap out there on the speedway. That's another big thing that could potentially hurt his chances of trying to get back into the battle. If more drivers lose the lap, then that's less likely for him to earn another lucky dog out there on the racetrack. As Wells, Evan Stewart, Trent Johns, Ryan Haller now into position number 4 as Lucian Thompson falls back into 5th. Trevor Dyer's there in 6th with Stephen Blevins and Jason Bogart rounding out our top 8. Bogart still with some pretty solid damage on the 17 ride, but he's been dealing with that all night long, but just sticking with it, not giving up and continuing to battle here all evening long. And for that 17 ride, I mean, so far it's worked out nicely for him. He's still inside the top 10, rolling there in 8th on the lead lap. I mean, obviously still needs a lot of damage repaired on that car, but if more drivers do run into issues later in this run, he work his way right on up there. As here we go. Ryan Haller making the move around Trent Johns. Move Haller up and into position number 3. Trent Johns falls back into 4th. So Haller now sitting 3rd here, looking strong in this run. We'll see if this Kroger Ritz ride can work his way around Evan Stewart for position number 2 out there on the speedway. As Turd Ferguson in the chat, what's good, Ferguson? Fergie in the chat says, let's go Bogart, cheering on Bogart here this evening. And luckily enough, I mean, Bogart's still very much in it. The same cannot be said for so many other drivers. We started 25 here this evening. Only 11 still stand on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. 14 drivers gonna get a DNF here this evening. Potentially, we may see Aiden Lucas jump back out there. We'll have to wait and see if that 34 ride can rejoin this race. But as of right now, 14 drivers potentially getting DNFs out of 25 competitors. That is, what, 59%, maybe 60% of the drivers here this evening not going to finish this feature event here this evening for what has been definitely a bit of a long one, as these drivers have just completed lap number 300. 300 laps down. Still 67 laps left to go. It'll be 66 that time right there as Wells clicks off lap 301. So 66 more laps left to duke it out here this evening. And I'm sure for a lot of these drivers, man, they are going to be pretty happy seeing that checker flag fly. Some of them obviously probably wishing it flew maybe about 100 laps earlier than what it will, but a lot of these drivers, man, sticking with it, and we do see Haller up and into second now. So Haller jumps into second as Evan Stewart down pit road. Okay, this is a interesting pit strategy. Under the 37 ride of Evan Stewart. Not sure where this strategy comes from, but nonetheless, Stewart hits pit road. Could be potentially his final stop of this race. We'll see if this works out for him, but making that green flag pit stop, definitely going to be a bit of an interesting one. Pretty much everyone else here on the lead lap was down pit road back on lap 271, close to 287 for some others. So, I mean, these drivers can make it quite a ways. Honestly, almost two, somewhere around. Probably lap 340, 350 with ease. There may be a few drivers that may be able to go a little farther even, trying to make, a little bit of a shorter stop for themselves. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Obviously, for Evan Stewart, knew that he was a little shy on fuel right there. Needed some extra gas into this 37 ride. And now looks to hope to see this stay clean and green. That's really what he's got to bank on here. Either that he can chase down Applegate and move himself into the lucky dog position, or he's going to have to hope for either he does not want to see a caution flag. Caution flag flies. That will probably trap him either a lap down or at least at the back of the pack with a disadvantage on tires here. Making this early pit stop this afternoon. Applegate, he'll look to try to keep himself in that lucky dog position, knowing how much that's going to be important here late in this race to try to work his way back on the lead lap. But with Evan Stewart, slightly better tires here. He's only about 5.5 seconds behind Applegate. If Stewart can navigate his way around that 57, it would take Applegate out of that lucky dog spot. But now with Evan Stewart making that strategy call, he currently rolls, I believe now, in position number 9, one lap down. Only 7 drivers left on the lead lap here this evening. Well, still out in front, leading the charge. Ryan Haller consumes position number 2, so Haller sits in second now. He's about 4 seconds behind Colby Wells, but he's got about 2.3 seconds between him and Lucian Thompson, scored there in third. And then you do see Trevor Dyer and Trenton Johns rounding out our top 5. So good battle brewing here for third, fourth, and fifth. Levin's a little farther back there in 6th. Bogart even farther back in 7th. And unfortunately, it looks like Jason Bogart had actually just lost the lap. So Bogart now a lap down here himself on the speedway. So another driver losing a lap, and now we only have 6 drivers left on the lead lap. And for Applegate and Evan Stewart, no longer in the lucky dog position here this evening. As Greg says, keep it up, VAN. We're getting closer to go time. Yeah, the pay window's dang near open for all these drivers. It sure says, Anna, it's long tonight, right? Yes, girl, it is. Yes, it certainly is. It is, girls. It is. It is a long, long night. That is for certain. We are now, we've been live now for about 3 hours and 18 minutes here for this broadcast, man. 3 hours and 18 minutes of you guys listening to me ramble here this evening. I apologize. You guys having to listen to me for 3 hours and 18 minutes and beyond is going to be crazy. As Anna says, tell Ryan I said I'm super proud of him. Tell him that I'm super proud of him as well. Hey, we may all be able to tell him that here in just a little bit. Haller might make his way up into the broadcast booth here this evening. I mean, sitting in second here, if he can just keep up this pace, keep on putting himself into a good position, maybe we'll try to get it done here in this one. But we did see Jason Bogart also make a pit stop right here. So he was just down pit side, potentially for his final pit stop here this evening. Unfortunately for Jason Bogart, he has gotten himself a black flag. Too fast down pit side. So too fast down pit road, and unfortunately he'll have to make a pass-through penalty. This will cost him another lap or two here this evening for the number 17 Ryan. This will probably put him out of the running for a top 5, top 3 run here this evening, but still probably in line for a top 10. I don't think he'll fall 9 laps back here, 8 laps back to Thaddeus Friel Jr. I mean, stranger things have happened, but should maybe be able to hold on to that 10th position out there on the speedway. And sure says 3 hours. Yikes. Says thanks, Anna. Appreciate. Yeah, absolutely. As Greg says, the long race. Yes, exciting race. Absolutely. That's what we love to hear right there, Greg. Definitely a bit of a wow one. That's for certain. It's exciting. Definitely early on when we had 24, 25 cars out there beating and banging, battling. Now things have spread out a little bit more. Things have gotten a little bit more calm and cool out there on the speedway, and maybe not as exciting. I mean, we're not seeing consistent battles lap after lap after lap, but for the most part, I mean, still fun, still exciting. We still try to make it a good show up here in the booth, that's for certain, as Wells, Haller still 1 and 2. For Haller, almost about 5 seconds back of Colby Wells here for that race lead. Lucian Thompson, he's back in 3rd. He's about 3 seconds behind Ryan Haller. You do see Trevor Dyers worked his way back up into 4th here, so Dyers looking to keep on inching his way towards the front of the field, seeing if he can try to come home with a good solid podium run or maybe even a race win here this evening in that V8N machine. Back behind him, Trent Johns falls into that 5th position. Stephen Blevins now scored in 6th. And that's the last car on the lead lap. Now for Evan Stewart, he is the first driver 1 lap down out there on the speedway. So for Evan Stewart, he's hoping to try to, either see a caution flag and get that lucky dog, or hoping to see things have to cycle through, have to see, Wells, Haller, Thompson, all these drivers hit pit road and make these green flag pit stops here to finish off the night. It sure says it's great tonight. It has been a great night. It's been a great night. It's been a fun night, and we still got a lot of racing left to go, ladies and gentlemen, as Colby Wells, nice and easy, down through corner number 3 and 4, back down and across the line. He will complete lap number 317. So 317 laps now complete here in this race. We're into the final 50 here at Darlington. 50 more laps left to go, and now we cut it short for our crank it up during the last run, so let's try it again here in this run. Let's jump back into our crank it up presented by Uncle Rodney here this evening. Alrighty, a beautiful crank it up here to finish off our Uncle Ronnie Crank It Ups here this evening as these drivers do a fantastic job, and for most of them finish off this green flag wave of pit stops here for their final pit stops of the evening. Now Colby Wells able to make a great stop, jumps out there, comes out of the pits just behind Evan Stewart. Unfortunately, Evan at the time, had about 23 lap older tires. Didn't really have much left in the tank there. The hold off Wells, and Wells made quick work of him, got back around him, and now has pulled away from that 37 ride. And Colby currently holds a 5.3 second lead between himself and Evan Stewart. Evan holding on to position number 2 right now, sitting pretty here with about 22 laps left to go, maybe 32 laps, something like that left to go here in this race. I believe 32 laps left here in this one. Haller rolls in third, and he's got 24 lap fresher tires than Evan Stewart. So Haller gonna be reeling in this 37 ride in a quick hurry. The gap was about 8 seconds. It is now only about 2.7 seconds between Evan Stewart and Ryan Haller. So Haller is reeling him in. Haller just got to keep this 60 ride point in the right direction. Bring this Oreo, Kroger, Ritz machine down to the broadcast here this evening. It's been a great day here at the Speedway for this 60 ride. It'll be nice to see him get this one finished off and come out of this with a really good, solid podium run here this evening. Lucian Thompson back in position number 4 finds himself about 4.8 seconds behind Ryan Haller. So Haller's got no major pressure to his back bumper right here. He can kind of take it easy, keep it on cruise control, keep on reeling in Evan Stewart, and maybe able to come out of this race with a top 2 performance here this evening. Be a massive way to start his playoffs here this year, as Lucian Thompson there in position number 4 continues to look for more, hoping to see maybe a caution flag there late in this race to bring him right back into the battle. Trevor Dyer rolls in 5th with Trent Johns back in that 6th position. Scored in position number 7 on the lead lap. It is this 57 of Grant Applegate. Applegate has not been back down pit road since lap 287, and unfortunately here for Applegate, he is more than likely going to have to hit pit road here sooner rather than later. Probably within the next 10 to 15 laps, we're probably going to see Applegate have to hit pit road, but he's trying to catch a caution flag to where he could be on the lead lap and put himself right back into the battle here this evening. Unfortunately, he's going to have to get really lucky here in this one. For Stephen Blevin, scored an 8th last driver on the lead lap right now in that 8th position. Keeps himself just slightly ahead of Colby Wells, but Wells not too far off his back bumper as they're basically both in the same straightaway, same corner, and unfortunately for Blevins, very close to potentially falling a lap down again here tonight himself, as we did see Jason Bogart unfortunately run into some more issues. Bogart, another problem here. We've seen this all night long for this 17 ride. Now to core number 4, just going to get loose. Tries to save it, overcorrects, goes for a slide, slides down the straightaway, and comes to a rest there down on the bottom of the front stretch. Now, luckily enough, off the racing line, iRacing does not throw out that caution flag. He's able to get it rolling, pointed back in the right direction. Unfortunately, after his pit road mistake there, making a green flag stop back on lap 309, had gotten that black flag, ended up having to make that pass-through penalty, has now found himself falling about 11 laps down here. So unfortunately, he's continued to fall off the pace, running into more issues, has now fallen 11 laps down, and still struggling more and more here this evening as Thaddeus Reel Jr. joins the top 10. I mean, Bogart has just continued to run into a slew of issues in for Thaddeus. Now sits in that 10th position. Now, I believe for Thaddeus, he may still have to make a green flag pit stop here late in this race. So, for the 98 ride, that's the one thing that may kind of set him back here. He was last down pit road on lap 276. And I believe he may still have to make one more pit stop. But he is almost about a lap ahead of Jason Bogart. Bogart still on the apron here. I think this thing's definitely hurting here. It is hurting. It is falling apart, and you can see him down the apron. Looks like he is going to take it back down pit road right here, so he is going to lose a few more laps. And for Thaddeus, that may be exactly what he needed. But now, oh, Thaddeus has ran into issues himself. Hang on to it. 98 ride. Loose at a corner number 4. Got up into the outside fence. Luckily enough, though, able to keep on rolling, keeps it pointing in the right direction, and no caution flag there to boot. So that one works out all right there for Thaddeus. I mean, he's so many laps down that I don't think he was going to have a chance of winning this race, but to be able to kind of jump into a good finish could definitely help him out, as I believe Jason Bogart has now taken his car down pit road, and he jumped to the pits here. So he entered pit road, jump to the pit, so he may be down there for another handful of laps, and honestly, that may have ended his night, as you see Colby Wells roll around both Stephen Blevins and that 57 of Applegate. So Blevins and Applegate both lose a lap right there. Now Applegate probably still has to make one more pit stop here in this race, as Greg says, don't worry, Thaddeus, that will buff out. That'll buff right out, man. That'll buff right out. Absolutely, absolutely. Won't have to worry about that one. As, oh no, Evan Stewart! Evan, the left front tore apart on the 37 ride. What in the world has happened here to Evan Stewart? I believe he's also got a black flag entering pit road here. Oh no, loose out of corner number 2. Had just gotten passed by Ryan Haller. Haller was able to work his way up into second, and then Stewart loses it out of corner number 2. Heavy, heavy hit there into the infield fence. That will take him down pit road, and he may be down there for the rest of the evening. Now, we do see Jason Bogart is rolling back out there, so good to see Jason at least getting back into the battle here. I wasn't sure if we were going to see him rejoin this race, but Evan Stewart down pit road here. That was a big enough hit, man. I'm not sure if we are going to see Evan Stewart actually rejoin this race. He may be done for the day there after that one, and he also has a black flag on that 37, so he'll have to serve that penalty as well down pit side here. That's going to hurt his chances here this evening as well. Joseph Smith back in 9th. He's continuing to fall backwards here. Obviously, things not playing out the way he was hoping for here today, and he falls farther and farther back out there on the racetrack. I believe currently right now sits about 3 laps down here on the racetrack. But for Colby Wells, out in front, no pressure to his back bumper here in these closing laps, as he's got 11 seconds between himself and Ryan Haller. So 11-second lead here for Colby Wells. Haller rolls in position number 2. Lucian Thompson about 6.5 seconds behind him. They're in that 3rd spot. Now this is a great battle for position number 3 as Lucian Thompson in that Napa Auto Parts. Chesapeake Racing number 61 ride rolls there in 3rd. Trevor Dyer scored in position number 4 for the VAN Alabama Roll Tide ride. Currently sits in that 4th position, just one spot shy of a podium run here this evening for that 64 machine. We'll see if he can work his way around Lucian late in this race and snag that podium run here today. They got a bit of a gap, about 5, almost 6 seconds between themselves and the 8-righted Trent Johns, who rolls in the 5th position. Stephen Blevins, a lap down, scored back in 6th. Applegate also still a lap down and still may have to make an additional green flag pit stop late in this race. Also a lap down, scored in 7th. But if there is a caution flag, the 15 rider Blevins is in that free pass position, so that could work out well for Blevins to get himself back on the lead lap. But the laps have clicked down in a quick hurry, and we only got 15 more laps left to go. 15 more laps left to duke it out here in this one. Woo, doggy, it's been a long night, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of laps, a lot of carnage. And a lot of work up here in the booth here this afternoon. And if you guys have enjoyed the show, enjoyed the great racing action here this evening, make sure you guys hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, become part of the Peacemaker family here today. And make sure you guys jump into the broadcast booth. Let us know, if your driver's still in it, if your driver's still out there rolling on the speedway, or if they are one of many that unfortunately will probably end up with DNFs here this evening. I believe Evan Stewart, he's going to be done for the day here as well. I believe Evan's day has come to a close there at lap 346. I believe he is not going to be rejoining this race anytime soon. Thaddeus, though, he'll say thank you very much to that one, because there is another point on the table here as he may be able to leapfrog that 37 ride, as now we do see his teammate Trevor Dyer run into more issues. Oh no, Dyer having another problem here. He was battling with Lucian Thompson, and it looks like he had made the move around the 61. He drives it deep down underneath the 61 right. Oh no. All right, so he drives it deep under Lucian Thompson, tries to go for maybe a little bit of a slide job right here. Unfortunately, I don't think he was clear of the 61 ride, and just kind of comes up the racetrack into the lap there of the 61. They get tied together up into the outside fence, and eventually the 64 just kind of spins the rear tires there up on the outside of corner number 3 and 4, and the car loops around. Now, luckily enough, he's down on the apron, so no caution flag, but for Trevor Dyer, does end up losing a lap there himself. So Dyer falls a lap down. Now, still in the 5th position. Same with, Blevins is there in 6th. Lucian Thompson actually falls back now into the 4th spot. So that issue actually ended up really hurting him here as well, as he falls to 4th and moving up into the top 3. In the M&M's number 8 ride, it's Trent Johns, a driver who had just missed out on these playoffs, I believe by about 1 point last Sunday. Came up 1-2 points shy of making the chase here. Finds himself up inside the top 3. What a start to the chase it would have been if he could have snagged that 16th position. It could have been a completely different ball game here this evening for Ryan Holler, as Thaddeus does gain that extra position as he leapfrogs Evan Stewart. Stewart falls back to 10th. Now, unfortunately here for Evan, there's still enough laps that Jason Bogart may be able to also leapfrog that number 37 ride here as well. So Bogart may be able to get another one here, as sure Holler says my driver is still in it, and I hope he wins it, she says. Might have to get a little lucky here late in this race. He's about 12 seconds behind Colby Wells out there on the speedway, but for Holler, he's kind of sitting in no man's land right here. He's got 12 seconds between himself and the race leader, Colby Wells, and he's got another 13 seconds between him and our 3rd place driver, Trent Johns. So he's got no pressure to chase down the guy in front of him. He's got no pressure to the drivers back there behind him. Just cannot lose focus. Has to hit his marks here over the next 7 laps and bring it home here with a really solid 2nd place run. But a late race caution flag could definitely change the entire outcomes of this race. This Stephen Blevins would be in line for the lucky dog here. We currently only have 4 drivers still on the lead lap, and if any of them have an extra set of tires back behind pit wall, it could be the winning move out there on the speedway. But I'm sure for right now, Colby Wells does not want to see a caution flag. He wants to see this day clean and green, right down to the checkered flag here, and come home with a big win here in our first playoff race of the season. Holler rolls there in 2nd. Trent Johns in 3rd. Lucian Thompson, Stephen Blevins, our top 5 out there on the speedway. Trevor Dyer rolls in 6th with Applegate. Joseph Smith, Thaddeus Friel Jr. scored in 9th. Currently still down pit side. The 37 Evan Stewart rounds out our top 10, but I believe this time by the start-finish line, Jason Bogart should be able to leapfrog him, and there it is. Leapfrogs Evan Stewart. Stewart falls back to 11th. Move Jason Bogart back inside our top 10 here on the speedway. Stewart looks like he's going to be a DNF. Same with Aiden Lucas as well, and I believe there's going to be 10 drivers that will not have DNFs here this evening. 15 drivers not finishing this feature event here today. And for Colby Wells, he has been the one to potentially tame the Lady in Black here this evening. It is 13.9, almost 14 seconds now between himself and Ryan Haller. And for the 45 ride, since we've seen so many other tough and fierce competitors drop out of this race, it's opened up the door for the 45 to shine here this evening. With 3 laps left to go, he's just hoping it hit his marks, not see a caution flag, continue to keep on running picture perfect laps and not putting himself into a bad position where he runs into a late race issue. And he's also trying to maybe put the 61 ride a lap down here. That's Lucian Thompson right in front of him. Our current 4th place driver out there on the speedway, about to lose a lap here to our race leader, Colby Wells. With only 2 laps left to go here in this one, I'm sure for Lucian Thompson, he's going to try to do everything he can. He probably wants to finish on the lead lap, even though he's probably locked in for 4th. I'm sure he probably wants to stay here on the lead lap, finish with a little bit of pride, try to hold off this 45 ride in the closing laps. As here we go, down through 3, and down to corner number 4 here this evening from Darlington Raceway. We'll see the white flag fly. So the white flag has been displayed, and for Colby Wells, only one final lap here this evening. Our 4th place driver just in front of him, trying to keep himself on the lead lap, but Wells with a big run down the Boeing back straightaway for the final time here this evening, down into corner number 3. Nice and easy out of corner number 4. Nobody will catch him as Colby Wells will pick up the checkered flag here this evening. A dominant second half of this race for the 45 ride. And Colby Wells picks up the dub here this evening. Down out of corner number 4, it's Ryan Haller across the line in position number 2. Second there for Haller. Great run for the 60 ride here this evening. And nice and easy out of corner number 4, the 8 machine of Trent Johns will come home in position number 3. Lucian Thompson in 4th, Stephen Blevins back in 5th. Trevor Dyer, Grant Applegate, Joseph Smith, Thaddeus Friel Jr., and Jason Bogart will round out our top 10. All 10 at least seeing the checkered flag here this evening. 15 drivers did not see the checkered flag, but 1 will get to celebrate the checkered flag first here this evening. And that is the 45 of Colby Wells. Wells picks up the win and gets to burn down the house here in Darlington, man. What a run, what a race, and what a performance there for Mr. Wells here this evening. We'll get ready to pull him and the rest of our top 3 up here into the booth as Ryan Haller, our 2nd place finisher, will pull up beside him, congratulate him there, and say, congrats, man, on a great win here this evening, as we'll get ready to pull both Wells, Haller, and Johns up here into the booth for their post-race interviews. This post-race interview is going to come up next here. Let's get Wells straight up here into the booth. Hey, Colby, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. You get a copy?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Colby, man, what a run. What a race, brother. Take us back through what's going through your mind after 367 laps of racing action here at Darlington, and you're able to celebrate here on the front straightaway, man. Take us back through it and what's going through your mind.
Yeah, but I absolute blast, to be honest. I haven't loved this racetrack forever, but I've kind of got a respect for it, and I love ripping around here, and I've learned a lot from my teammate Jack, and he's kind of helped me out throughout the years here at Darlington. So I'm so ecstatic to finally get a win. I wasn't sure if I was going to get one this season, so I'm glad to be parked in victory lane, and I wish there was more people. There's more of a battle for the win there at the end, but just absolutely pumped to be here.
Yeah, absolutely pumped to finally find your way up into victory lane. So many good runs that did not play out in your favor, or one of those other drivers just finding that extra gear late in this race and stealing, a potential win away from you. But here tonight, it kind of worked out perfectly for you. The longevity and so many drivers running into issues. A lot of your competition just all of a sudden started dropping like flies out there on the racetrack. Late in this race, we saw, you were leading the charge. You had that 31 of Joseph Smith, and you had the 34 of Aiden Lucas right there on your back bumper for quite a few laps, really put the pressure to you. And then all of a sudden, it was one restart where Aiden Lucas ends up into the fence. His car's tore up. He's out of the race. And then all of a sudden, the 31 also gets a black flag. He's got to make a green flag pit stop, goes a couple laps down, and it just played out perfectly into your hands to where all of a sudden you were in control of this race. You're sitting pretty out in front and just pulling away from the rest of the field to park yourself up here into victory lane, man. Take us kind of through some of that craziness and seeing so many of these tough competitors kind of drop out of this race and just allow you to run away with it.
Yeah, I've done so many of those 100% races in NIS throughout the years, so it's kind of just like a race of attrition, and who makes the less mistakes gets the win. So I think the only mistake I made was I blew my pit box under green one time, and I think I like gave the position to Aiden or something like that. But other than that, I can't go back to a spot that I made a pretty big mistake throughout the night. So just a race of attrition, who can make the less mistakes. I was really surprised of I'm not sure what happened to Aiden and Joseph, but we were kind of having a good three-way battle there, and then they had issues. And yeah, like I said, I was behind so many people, and they were just slip up, make mistakes, and I'd go around and kind of taking my time around the racetrack. And I just love this race. I go here in real life for the real Southern 500, and it's an absolute a blast, a real race of attrition, and just extremely excited to finally get a win.
Absolutely fine. Park yourself up here into the winner's circle, and it's on a track that is too tough to tame, but not too tough for the 45 right here this evening. Colby, who would you like to thank for such a great run and great performance out there on the speedway?
Yeah, I just got to thank TI Racing, Chris Lewis, Fish Speed, Jordan Fisher, all those guys that helped me a ton this year. And I was kind of didn't really know how this league was going to go, and I thought I would be a little bit better than I have been. There's a lot of tough guys out here, so big shout out to Fish Speed Brakes, Jordan Fisher, Chris Lewis, TI Racing, all my teammates, Jack Bulger and Cooper Godwin. They've helped me a bunch, so just extremely excited to park at Victory Lane. Can't thank those guys enough. TI Racing, Fish Speed. Yeah, thank you for putting on the broadcast.
Absolutely, brother. Well, Colby, man, heck of a run. Great race. A long one here this evening. I'm sure you are tuckered out and ready for bed, and we'll let you jump in there in just a couple more moments, man. Congrats on the dub. Congrats on the great race here this evening, and we look forward to seeing you back out there for our second playoff race of the season next Sunday night. But here in this one, obviously, a huge points day here for the 45 ride, especially with so many other playoff drivers running into issues. Gotta feel pretty good that you might be able to leapfrog your way up into maybe a top 5 here in the point standings going into race number 2 now here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I just pulled up the point standings. I think I jumped to second in points, which is absolutely huge. It's a flawless night. I think second in both stages, then winning the race, absolutely perfect. I couldn't have asked for anything better. And everybody, if you need any help on racetracks, any help on brake biases, or any help with Jordan Fisher, go to Fish Speed Brakes. He's been, like I said, a huge help to me. I helped put this car in victory lane tonight. So please go out and reach out to Fish Speed Brakes, Jordan Fisher, and you can park yourself in victory lane as well.
Absolutely. Well, Colby, great run, great race, man. We can't wait to see you back out there again next Sunday and maybe right back up here in victory lane.
Thank you, man. Have a good night.
You too. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for our race winner, Mr. Colby Wells, as we get ready now to pull in our second place finisher, the number 60, Mr. Ryan Haller. Hey, Ryan, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. You get a copy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ryan, man, what a run, what a race for you tonight, man. Take us back through what's going through your mind as you're able to finish this one off in position number 2 here this evening.
Yeah, P2 is great. I wasn't going to catch Colby. He checked out, before we even pitted and took our last sets, and he checked out even more. Probably would have put the whole field a lap down if there was more laps. Yeah, I don't know. There was a weird race. I tried to be more consistent over the fastest, and it worked out. But there was a lot of times where it could have went real bad for me, and luckily cautions fell my way, and I was able to get the damage repaired. Yeah, and I think this is the first time I've talked to you since all the way back at Atlanta, like first race of the season. So yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a little while. It's been some up and down races, some close calls to almost getting up here again into the booth. But here tonight, first race of the playoffs. I mean, great time to kind of, get a little lucky, catch a little fire, and put yourself back up here into the booth as a big points night here for Wells and for yourself. Coming home second here. You got some good stage points along the way, and so many other playoff drivers, unfortunately not having great races, man. Gonna make things really, really interesting here, seeing where you, Wells, and some of these other top 10 playoff drivers kind of leapfrog their way up the charts there in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely a long night. Both stages. I think I finished. I don't remember where I finished the first one. I think maybe top five both stages. So yeah, it's definitely a good points night. Like I said, it's a really tough track. This is probably the longest race I've ever raced in my entire racing life. So I mean, I just tried to be more consistent. Like I said, over speed. Try not to hit that wall, because if you hit that wall, that could be your entire night, whether it was someone else's fault or not. And somehow, when I had that weird spin after Lucian hit the wall, and then the 0.5 got into my back end, and we had that little weird bunch up, which sent me all the way to the wall, and then it happened again when I touched Thaddeus. I really hit the wall, I think, that time. Somehow, I only had 45 seconds of damage out of what I thought would have been like 5 minutes of damage, and yeah, like I said, just things fell my way tonight, so not complaining.
Yeah, absolutely can't complain as you come home with a really, really good, solid run and a good point stay here this evening at the Lady in Black. Ryan, who would you like to thank for such a great run and great drive here this evening as you park that number 60 machine up and on the podium?
I've been doing this actually quite a bit the last couple weeks. I had another interview last night, so I'm getting kind of good at this. I want to thank my mom. Obviously, she watches all the races all the time. She's always in the chat. That's Cheryl. That's whose that is in the chat. I want to thank her for watching. My dad watches, when he can. I appreciate watching the races, and if he doesn't watch it, he always watches the replay, I'm sure. And I want to thank obviously Wyatt, my teammate Wyatt. He's not here tonight. But there's a good reason for it, because he got married this weekend. So he's up in Michigan with his new wife, and they're enjoying their time together. He'll be back next week for the next race of the playoffs. He's always a huge help to me, not only with practice, but just being there to help me, coach me through things. And obviously, the last one I want to thank is Fisher. Jordan Fisher and Fish Speed. They're the reasons why I've been able to get this speed out of my cars lately, and reason why I'm talking to you right now. Just they're the reason why I'm more consistent and faster. So thanks to anybody that is out there that's helping me get faster, so that way I can do fun things like this.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And it's been a heck of a ride and a heck of a good run watching you continue to, get a little stronger week after week after week, having that consistency. And here in this one, even after, a couple issues out there, you're able to kind of stick with it, not give up, continue to keep on battling, and your perseverance pays off as you park yourself up and on the podium in position number 2 here at Darlington. Brother, congrats on the great run. Congrats on the great drive. And we can't wait to see you back out there for race number 2 here of our playoffs in the Wheel to Wheel Racing League next Sunday night.
All right, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it. It's also, obviously, I want to say thank you to you. In my thank yous, I'm really tired right now, so thank you for you guys. Thank you for the league guys. Everything everybody does to put this on, and yeah, we'll see everybody, next week. Maybe we can get this 60 car up into one spot into that first spot one night.
Absolutely, brother. We can't wait to see that happen and see this 60 ride in victory lane. Ryan, enjoy the rest of your night and sleep well, brother.
Thanks, you too, Aaron. Have a good night.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for our second place finisher, Mr. Ryan Haller, as we get ready now to pull in our third place finisher, the number 8 machine of Trent Johns. Let's get Trent up here into the booth. Hey, Trent, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. Do you get a copy?
Yeah.
Trent, man, solid run, solid drive from you here this evening. I mean, pretty much like everybody else, getting tied up in a couple things here this evening, earning those Darlington stripes and having some issues here throughout this race, but you stick with it. You continue to keep on battling, and as Lucian Thompson and Trevor Dyer get tied together late in this race, it opens up the door for you to slide back around both of them and park this 8 ride up and on the podium here this evening, man. Take us back through it. What's going through your mind as you're able to round out our podium here this evening?
Well, it's unfortunate not making the playoffs, but I'm still working towards it and trying to get a win out here in this series. So, I ain't lost hope and faith in competing here. And all race, I was just trying to focus on keeping the car in one piece and not tearing the right front off of it. So we managed to do that a little bit, hit the wall a few times, started to fall back halfway through the race. Car felt good in the first 1 to 2 stages, and then it just felt like it fell off after that. But could be driver error or something. But yeah, they got tied together, and I saw them started to reel them in. So I got lucky there, real lucky, or else I wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Probably would have came home 5th or 4th. Evan got into the wall a little bit, so that gave me that position too. But it's nice coming home top 3 the last 2 weeks. But like I said, it's just unfortunate not making the playoffs, so it doesn't mean as much. But it was a fun race. It was long and exhausting, but feels good to come home 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Battle of nutrition here this evening. Just trying to keep yourself in it, not only on the racetrack for the race car, but for yourself behind the wheel here as well. A very long race, a lot of laps, a lot of beating and banging, but here it all pays off as you park yourself right back on the podium with a good, solid 3rd place run. Trent, who would you like to thank for another great performance out there on the speedway?
I'd like to thank my teammates. They tried to run it, but it's just unfortunate circumstances. And then my family watching at home, always showing support and watching these, and then you for broadcasting it for us.
Absolutely, brother. Always my pleasure to be up here in the booth and watching you guys do your thing out there on the racetrack, man. And here again tonight, awesome to watch you park this 8 machine back up on the podium, and we hope to see you maybe get it done again for the 3rd week in a row next Sunday night. As we can't wait to see you back out there, Trent. And hope to see you right back up here in the booth.
Could only hope.
Beauty, enjoy the rest of your night, brother, and sleep well.
Thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up for our 3rd place finisher there, Trent Johns. As Trent comes home in position number 3 here this evening. Solid run, solid drive there for the 8 ride here this evening as racing action has concluded, ladies and gentlemen. 367 laps of racing action here at Darlington Raceway. The Lady in Black, a track that is too tough to tame, comes to a close here this evening. We can't thank you guys enough for tuning in. Everyone coming out with the likes, comments, the shares, man. We appreciate each and every single one of you. As Logan Pearman in the chat says, Trent finished 3rd, he says Trent's nickname is Wheels. Well, Wheels able to come home with a 3rd place run right there. That is absolutely awesome. As Greg says, way to go, VAN. Both Iron Man a top 10. They both stuck with it, and they're both able to come home with good, solid top 10 runs there. Trevor Dyer in 6th. Thaddeus Friel Jr. coming home in 9th there. Able to just stick with it, stay with it. I mean, for Friel, could have been very easy call. Non-playoff driver, you're 10, 11 laps down. Super long race. He could have very easily called it a day after 100, 120 laps. Could have been done and out of this thing, but stuck with it, kept on battling, didn't really gain any laps back because he was too many laps behind and never got a lucky dog. But so many more drivers running into issues, having problems, that he leapfrogs his way around them and into a 9th place performance here this evening, which is absolutely crazy to think that a driver 11 laps down is able to still come home top 10 here this evening. But that's just part of it, part of the battle, and he was able to do it perfectly here this evening, and it was a lot of fun to watch, and we can't wait to see these guys back in action again next Sunday night, but we'll be back in action here tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, we'll be back into battle with the Metalheads Truck Series for another great night of racing action there with the Metalheads. Going to be a lot of fun, going to be a lot of absolutely amazing racing action there with those drivers, and hopefully we'll see you guys back up in the grandstands cheering them on. But unfortunately, that will do it for us here in this one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We can't thank you guys enough for tuning in and showing the love here this evening, and we'll see you guys back here in the next one, man. Peace and love, ladies and gentlemen. Peace and love.
Yeah. Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, pacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checkered flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Yeah. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy.